Chapter 30-25. At the same time Shui closed her eyes, she couldn't help but groan in her heart. She really didn't expect that although Xiaohua's refining of the sun-moon corona was dangerous, it was never that complicated. Now it was only the last restriction, but it was actually so complicated. Moreover, she finally understood what Xiaohua meant. Aside from Xiaohua, it really wasn't easy for her to find another cultivator who could break this restriction. Go! Xiaohua was clearly also stunned, but he was calm. He waved his hand, and the spirit fire wrapped around the fire ape and rushed into the moon shadow. Roar! The sound of the fire ape became louder, and at the same time, the entire moon shadow emitted a brilliant electric light. It was several times brighter than the moon in the night sky. It surrounded the radiant sun and spun at an incomparably fast speed. It was almost impossible to see its outline. Shui, sit cross-legged. Xiaohua shouted, right now. As he spoke, Xiaohua pointed at the spirit fire again. The spirit fire flashed a trace of fire, and the lightning beast shadow was also pulled into the radiant sun. Roar! Similarly, after the lightning beast's hoarse roar, the radiant sun emitted rolling thunder. The entire radiant sun began to spin on its own, and the direction it was spinning in was completely different from the moon shadow. Xiaohua finally stopped. He was somewhat dumbstruck as he looked at the strange scene in front of him. Right now, the outline of the sun-moon corona could no longer be seen. There was only the rolling thunder in the middle and the flashing electric light at the edges of the thunder. A kind of déjà vu feeling slowly emerged in Xiaohua's heart. Kacha! A loud thunder sound shook the entire palace. The soul imprint in the sun-moon corona actually broke free from the magic tool and became several feet large. That soul imprint violently shook, and the surrounding space gradually distorted. Traces of black gas with green light appeared from the void and rushed towards that tumbling soul imprint. Ah! Xiaohua looked at it with some surprise. Before he could open his mouth to ask Shui, who was already sitting cross-legged, the soul imprint actually shattered, turning into thousands of green lights like fireflies. These fireflies seemed to have a life of their own. They flapped their invisible wings and flew up. Soon, they gathered into a pitch-black shadow with a flickering green light. This shadow was somewhat similar to the Thunder Beast. However, when Xiaohua took a closer look, there were still some differences. However, before Xiaohua could take a closer look, a pitch-black brilliance shot out from the black shadow's eyes and shone directly between Shui's eyebrows. A pitch-black pattern that looked like a bolt of lightning was born from that brilliance. When the pattern was formed, a huge gust of wind blew, and thunder rumbled. Boom! An incomprehensible sound was faintly discernible. It was extremely obscure and ancient. Following this sound, the black shadow turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into Shui's forehead. Shui let out a heart-wrenching scream as she held her head with both hands and fainted on the ground. Shui! Xiaohua was shocked. He rushed to Shui's side and grabbed her wrist. After carefully inspecting, Xiaohua was relieved. His gaze fell on Shui's pale face. He saw a pitch-black brilliance flickering on Shui's pale face. It was extremely rhythmic, and following this rhythm, the lightning pattern between her eyebrows was also pulsating, as if it was the same flashing heart. Another inheritance. Xiaohua frowned. He saw Fairy Hong Xia obtain the inheritance of the phoenix in the ancestral shrine of Million Meng Mountains. Now, he saw Shui obtain the inheritance of the Thunder Beast in Misty Mountain. If only one person obtained the inheritance, then it would be rare. However, if everyone could obtain the inheritance, then wouldn't it be common? This Xiaoyu continent is about to change. Xiaohua couldn't help but think. Xiaohua waited for an hour, but he didn't see any signs of Shui waking up. Thus, he raised his head and looked at the sun-moon corona that was still flashing with lightning. He pointed his finger and the magic tool gradually stopped. With a "so" sound, a message talisman flew in from outside the hall and landed in front of Shui. Xiaohua knew that Ling Jingyi was worried about Shui. Just as he was about to stand up, a "puh" sound rang out. Something fell out of the sun-moon corona. Oh! Xiaohua's eyes swept over the object, and he couldn't help but stare blankly. The object that fell out of the sun-moon corona was actually a grayish-white bone. Soul cultivator? Xiaohua grabbed the bone with his hand and examined it with his soul sense. Shaking his head slightly, he seemed to be muttering to himself, so it really is a soul cultivator. This misty mountain, oh, wait, Shue's ancestors should be related to soul cultivators. Right, the Misty Mountain also has a rarely seen decorated archway, and the Misty Clouds sect has one as well. I heard Ling Jingyi say that the Flying Phoenix Ridge also has an decorated archway. It seems they are both soul cultivator inheritances. If the Misty Clouds sect has the ability to control clouds and rain, then the Misty Mountains and Flying Phoenix Ridge. While thinking, Xiaohua subconsciously looked at the sun-moon corona that had stopped in midair. Forget it, I'll wait until Shui wakes up. Xiaohua stood up and walked out of the palace. In front of the back mountain, Ling Jingyi, Ling Feiyun, and several dozen Misty Mountain's disciples were anxiously waiting. After all, the commotion in the palace was too big. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua fly out, Ling Jingyi hurriedly asked, "How is Shui?" "She's already received the inheritance, but is currently unconscious. I'm afraid she's receiving it." Xiaohua smiled. "When the time is right, she should be able to wake up." That's good, that's good." Ling Jingyi let out a sigh of relief, even a bit excited. "My Misty Mountains have been waiting for this moment for who knows how many years." This Ling didn't think this would happen to Shui. Ling Jingyi was so excited that he couldn't speak. The nearby disciples were also very excited when they heard this. "That's enough. Fellow Taoist Xiao, hurry and go take care of Shui. Don't let anything happen to her." Ling Jingyi woke up. This Ling also wants to pass this good news to Flying Phoenix Mountain Range. When the disciples there know about it, they will definitely be very happy. "And this Xiao understands?" Xiaohua nodded and flew back to the back mountain. Many disciples of Misty Mountains also dispersed happily. Xiaohua stayed by Shui's side. After 9 days, Shui slowly woke up. The strange thing was that the pitch-black lightning pattern actually dimmed and finally disappeared into the space between Shui's eyebrows. "Shui?" Xiaohua exclaimed in a low voice. Seeing Shui open her eyes, a pitch-black lightning flashed in her black pupils. "Darling Xiao." Shui replied, her brows slightly wrinkled. Obviously, her head was still in pain. "Is this your ancestors' inheritance?" Xiaohua probed. "I'm not sure." Shui unexpectedly replied. "Previously, this concubine only felt an intense pain as if an axe had split open my head. I fell into countless pitch-black lightning. Now, although it's not that painful, I only feel that my mind is in a mess. It's as if I understood something, but also as if I don't know anything. I don't have the slightest clue." "And then take your time to explain." Xiaohua comforted, then clapped his hands and took out the bone. Handing it to Shui, he said, "This is something that fell from the sun-moon corona. Inside is a record of the Thunder Palace. It should be together with the soul seal." "What is this?" Shui took it and scanned it with her divine sense. Unexpectedly, she didn't see anything. Feeling strange, she asked, "How do you know that there is a record of the Thunder Palace here?" "This is a bone. It's used by soul cultivators to record things. It's similar to the jade slips of my Dao sect." Xiaohua smiled. "You can only use your soul consciousness to check it?" "So it's like that." Shui understood. Looking at the empty hall to her left, she mocked herself. This concubine didn't know that this palace was called the Thunder Palace. Moreover, what could be recorded in the Thunder Palace? You can't imagine that this Thunder Palace has a great origin. Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said, "This palace is only the surface. Inside, there are things related to thunder beasts. Of course, as for what exactly it is, this Xiao doesn't know." "This..." Shui hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "This matter? Does uncle need to know?" Xiaohua thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "This husband doesn't know. However, since it's the ancestral teachings, it's best that he doesn't know." Moreover, if this matter were to spread, it would bring disaster to Misty Mountain. After all, Misty Mountain's current strength is still too weak. All right, this concubine will listen to husband Xiao. Shui nodded. Looking at the empty palace again, she asked in confusion, where could the entrance be? This concubine has already carefully searched this palace. Far away on the horizon, but close in front of you, Xiao Hua pointed at the palace's door and said, this palace's door is where the entrance is located. How strange. Shui followed the direction of Xiao Hua's finger and scanned it with her divine sense. However, other than the palace's door, she didn't see anything special. Watch your husband, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Then, Xiao Hua's body flashed with a dark green brilliance, and a series of rumbling sounds flew out from his body. Then, the green light turned into thumb-sized strange creatures and flew towards the palace's door. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and countless green seal characters appeared at the palace's door. These green seal characters flew out in spirals and gradually extended until they reached Xiao Hua and Shui's feet. Unexpectedly, they formed a long flight of stairs, and the end of the flight of stairs was right below the palace's door. Let's go. Let's see what kind of secret is hidden under this thunder palace. Xiao Hua pulled Shui's hand and stepped on the green seal characters. The green seal characters were like butterflies flapping their wings, carrying Xiao Hua and Shui's divine bear down to the palace's door. Husband Xiao. Shui looked at this magical moment and smiled. This seems to be the method of the Million Meng Mountain's soul cultivators. Even if uncle is here and knows that the palace's door is the entrance, he shouldn't have any method to open the palace's door, right? And I'm afraid it won't work. Xiao Hua nodded. There should be a soul armament that can open the palace's door, but that soul armament consumes one's lifespan, so it's best not to use it. Chapter 30:26. Shui is a little shocked. Looking at Xiao Hua's expression, she says anxiously, husband, are you all right? Husband is fine. Xiao Hua says. The two of them are already wrapped up by the green seal text and are pulled into the palace door. Xiao Hua only sees a green light in front of his eyes. Moreover, he doesn't feel like he is being teleported. However, when he opens his eyes again, he and Shui are already in a huge space. This space is similar to the space Misty Cloud saw. There are no pillars. Everything in the space can be seen at a glance. Moreover, the entire space is filled with a faint green light. It is impossible to see where this light is coming from. Darling Xiao. Shui stands beside Xiao Hua. Looking left and right, she pulls Xiao Hua's robe and points behind Xiao Hua. She says in a low voice, look, what is this? Hearing this, Xiao Hua turns his head and is overjoyed. This is a stone wall that is more than 10 zhang tall. It is erected there, the bottom is touching the ground and the top is supporting the space. In front of the stone wall, there is a huge stone chair. It is also similar to the one in Misty Clouds. What is special is that behind the stone chair, there is a huge green seal text engraved on the stone wall. Lightning. It is indeed the lightning word. Xiao Hua ponders. What word is this? Shui asks in a low voice. Lightning as in lightning. Xiao Hua replies. Then he looks again and says, Shui, you stay a little further away. Your husband needs this green seal text. But Shui hurriedly flies to the side and looks at Xiao Hua with concern. Xiao Hua walks to the front of the stone wall. The thousands of soul strands in Mingruo Tian pass through the magic eye imprint and reach towards the green seal text. When those soul strands touch the green seal text immediately flashes with green light. The entire text floats out from the stone wall and gradually turns into a huge word formed by many green seal text. Immediately after, these green seal text flashes one after another. Xiao Hua's soul strands also trembles along with these flashes. In an instant, cryptic and strange syllables rang out clearly in Xiao Hua's mind. Similar to the situation in the Misty Cloud sect, every time the syllable was released, the entire mysterious dark cloud would churn once. When the entire green seal text flashed once, the syllable also resounded once. Whether it was Mingrua sky, Qingshan sky, or Huanqi sky, real thunder was born out of nothing. This thunder was exactly the same as the thunder in the sky. Along with this thunder, countless bolts of lightning fell like rain. Thunder roll technique. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes, carefully comprehending the green seal characters that were dancing around him, and thought to himself, this thunder roll technique is obviously different from the thunder drawing technique. The Thunder Beast's thunder drawing technique is to draw down the heavenly lightning that exists and control it. But this thunder roll technique is to use the green seal characters to cause the heavenly lightning to change the heavens and earth, creating heavenly lightning out of nothing. The difference between the two is obvious. After a while, Xiaohua had already memorized the incantation of the thunder roll technique, and the 36 green seal characters also fell into Xiaohua's Mingrua sky. Looking at the stone wall again, the green seal characters had already dimmed quite a bit. When the green light around Xiaohua disappeared, he turned around, and Shui asked with concern, "Darling Xiao, how was it?" "Done." Xiaohua said with a smile, "With your husband taking action, what can't he do?" "Is that so? Then can you tell this concubine, who is sitting on this huge stone chair?" Shui pointed at the stone chair and asked, "What kind of chair does a normal person need? Such a huge stone chair is naturally for a giant to sit on." Xiaohua replied without hesitation, but when he said this, he was stunned again. Misty Cloud's sect had a huge stone chair, and Misty Mountains also had one. If it was for a giant to sit on, then wouldn't there be two giants? What does this giant have to do with the Huan country's giant? Then, the huge white bones in his space that he didn't know when he would be able to gather, who was it? This concubine knows it's a giant, but does a normal person have such a big butt? Shui asked unhappily, "But what's this giant's origin and what's its name?" "This husband doesn't know," Xiaohua said honestly. "Could it be there's no record in this bone?" Shui asked curiously. Xiaohua nodded. "Indeed, this bone only records the method to enter the Thunder Roll Palace and the spirit technique, nothing else." "All right." Shui helplessly looked to the left and pointed at a row of stone walls. "It seems like we've only seen that side, there's nothing special about the other places." "Maybe there is, it's just that we can't see it," Xiaohua corrected, and also flew to that row of stone walls with Shui. Xiaohua didn't care at first, but when he saw the words engraved on the stone walls, he couldn't help but be shocked. The stone walls were divided into 9, and each wall was engraved with many words. These words were the same as the divine fire technique that Xiaohua obtained. Since the divine fire technique was an ancient divine technique, then wouldn't the words engraved on the stone walls also be an ancient divine technique? Sure enough, when Xiaohua saw the 4 large words engraved on the first stone wall, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. That was because those 4 large words were precisely lightning refining technique. Wasn't Xiaohua looking for a refining technique that didn't belong to the 5 elements? Didn't this heavenly lightning not belong to the 5 elements? Then wasn't the lightning refining technique also a refining technique that didn't belong to the 5 elements? Truly wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Xiaohua clapped his hands and shouted. Seeing Xiaohua happy, Shui was also happy. Being able to do something for Xiaohua was her biggest wish. Although this Thunder Roll Palace was passed down by Shui's ancestor, Shui would rather give everything to Xiaohua, only hoping to be able to sleep peacefully. Xiaohua. Shui looked at these strange words, and really couldn't distinguish anything. Seeing that Xiaohua wanted to look carefully again, she hurriedly asked, "What is this thing?" "Oh, this is the lightning refining technique. It's an ancient refining technique that uses the power of heavenly lightning to refine an artifact." Seeing Shui ask, Xiaohua suddenly realized and hurriedly said, "It's really the refining technique that your husband has been looking for." Hee. Just now I was so happy that I forgot that this was passed down by my wife's ancestor. Your husband still has to ask for your permission first. Hee. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Shui pursed her lips and laughed. Isn't everything of this concubine's husband? If you had asked this concubine first, then this concubine would have been unhappy. Now that you don't treat this concubine as an outsider, how can this concubine blame you? Saying this, Shui looked to the left and frowned. This place seems to have something else. Forget it, Xiaohua. Now only you can enter and exit this Thunder Palace. You should send this concubine out and comprehend it yourself. Xiaohua looked at the 9 stone walls and said with a bitter smile, "It seems that this is even more complicated than Zhongling Mountain Villa's refining the world. I have no choice but to inconvenience my wife. Being able to do something for my husband, this concubine is very happy." Shui pulled Xiaohua's hand and said with a smile, "While my husband cultivates here, this concubine will accompany uncle and brother. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" Haha. Xiaohua held Shui's hand and said, "Your husband only needs to remember this refining technique. There's no need to completely comprehend it here." Unexpectedly, Shui immediately shook her head and said, "This concubine feels that my husband should stay here and comprehend more. After all, it's not easy to come to Misty Mountain. In the future." Saying this, Shui helplessly smiled. Yes, Xiaohua entered and exited Thunder Palace's Qiong Peak as if he was walking on flat ground. Wouldn't coming to Misty Mountain be as easy as lifting a finger? As you wish. Shui waved her hand. This concubine just feels that you'll definitely have a lot of things to do in the future. It's better to take advantage of this leisure time to comprehend more. Yes? Xiaohua said with a long voice, "Your husband will listen to my wife's instructions." While laughing, Xiaohua sent Shui out. After standing in the palace, Shui hesitated and asked again, "Xiaohua, this underground Thunder Palace is so secretive. In the future, you and I will be disciples of the Thunder Palace. I'm afraid that it won't be good for us to come back often. Can you make something like a formation plate and give it to Feiyun?" Xiaohua shook his head without hesitation. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. Not to mention that this involves the ancient refining technique. Just entering and exiting the Thunder Palace will consume one's lifespan. How can it be used by ordinary people? Didn't your husband already mention this matter before?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. After all, he had already mentioned this matter when he first came in. He didn't understand why Shui would bring it up again. He thought that Shui didn't believe him, so he roughly explained what he encountered in Misty Cloud Sect. Hearing that using a magic tool would also consume one's lifespan, Shui completely extinguished her thoughts and looked at the hall with some regret. It doesn't matter. Shui. Xiaohua said with a smile, "If you want to go in or if you want Ling Feiyun to go in, just tell your husband." "You don't understand." Shui couldn't help but retort. However, she immediately forced a smile and said, "I understand. I just thought of my uncle and brother and wanted to leave something for them." "Your husband understands." Xiaohua nodded. "If there are any good things in the future, we will remember Misty Mountain." Okay, Shui was somewhat dispirited. She slightly nodded and said a few words to Xiaohua before flying out of the Thunder Palace. Shui originally thought that Xiaohua would be in seclusion for a few days. However, she didn't expect that in just half a day, Xiaohua would come out and call Shui to the underground Thunder Palace. He bitterly smiled and pointed to the last stone wall. "Wife, this thunder refining technique is not complete. It only has the first half. If your husband's guess is correct, the second half should be in Luofeng Mountain." Even if it's Luofeng Mountain, so what? Luofeng Mountain and my Misty Mountain are of the same origin. Shui smiled. Since last time Xiaohua acted ruthlessly, that place has already become Misty Mountain's territory. We can go there at any time. The time to ask for leave. Xiaohua hesitated. "I haven't looked at the jade slip yet. I don't know how long it will take, but I'm afraid it won't be enough, right?" Chapter 30:27. Now that the sect is in turmoil, you are definitely the focus of attention. If you don't go back, the masters of the Great Thunder Hall will be happy. Shui says smilingly, "If you go back, it will instead be troublesome." But Xiaohua doesn't think so, shaking his head slightly. "I am avoiding trouble, but what about the disciples of my 10,000 Thunder Valley? Eldest apprentice brother has always been weak, not good at fighting with others. Although junior apprentice brother Chui is good at socializing, unfortunately his mana is limited. Master is still in seclusion, we can't let Master's wife show herself in public, right? Hearing Xiaohua's responsible words, Xue smiled with gratification and said, let me think about it. Previously, I felt that there should be something in the Thunder Palace that I just found out about. It's just that the inside is too chaotic, and I'll leave it to you. Xiaohua is overjoyed, walking to the 9 stone walls and examining them bit by bit. He doesn't have much time, it's best if he memorizes these lightning refining methods. After another half a day, he hears Xue's pleasantly surprised voice. Darling Xiao, quick, I remember, it's here. Xiaohua hastily flies to where Xue is standing. It's a stone wall that's exactly the same as the other 4. Xue points and says with a smile, I know that there is a passage here that can lead directly to the Lightning Palace of Flying Phoenix Ridge. But I don't know how to open the passage. Didn't I say so? Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge are of the same origin. The underground palace must also be connected. Xiaohua chuckles, his whole body flickering with green light. Dots of green seal text appear, rushing towards the stone wall. When the green light on the stone wall flourishes, another thumb-sized green dot jumps out from the green light. This green dot seems to expand with the wind, becoming the size of a bowl in an instant. What kind of seal text is this? Xiaohua can clearly see that this bowl-sized green light is a seal text that he has never seen before. But before he can take a closer look, that seal text suddenly disintegrates, turning into 36 different seal text. These seal text emits a strange woo sound, simultaneously starting to rotate. As the 36 green seal characters spun, a vortex appeared behind them. The vortex grew bigger and deeper, and in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, it formed a deep tunnel that was dozens of feet tall. Wonderful, Xiaohua sighed. He knew that the green seal script was a passageway that could even be transported. Unfortunately, he could only look at it and couldn't really touch it. Let's go. I'll go and see if that's the Flying Phoenix Ridge. Xiaohua looked at the already stabilized passage. The 4 walls of the passage were overflowing with green light, and countless tiny green seal characters were flickering within the green light. He smiled and pulled Xue's hand, and flew into the passage. The passage didn't look too long. Xiaohua and Xue only walked for a while before reaching the other end of the passage. As Xiaohua had expected, this place was also a huge space, just like the Thunder Palace. At a glance, Xiaohua saw the word lightning behind the huge stone chair, as well as the 9 stone walls opposite the huge stone chair. Is this the Lightning Palace? Is it under the palace of the Flying Phoenix Ridge? Xue looked at this space in disbelief, and then looked at the top of the space and said curiously, the Flying Phoenix Ridge is very far from the Misty Mountain. Even if it's a teleportation formation, it needs to be under the pressure of teleportation. I've just walked such a short distance with my husband. The talismans of soul cultivators are not something you can imagine. Xiaohua naturally knew about the magic of the Million Meng Mountains, but he felt a little awkward when he had to really explain it. After all, he was a disciple of the Dao sect. In my heart, I've always thought that the Million Meng Mountain soul cultivators were uncivilized people, but I didn't expect. Xue was suddenly stunned. No matter if it was the Thunder Palace of the Misty Mountain or the Lightning Palace of the Flying Phoenix Ridge, they all seemed to be related to soul cultivators. If that was the case, wasn't her origin related to the Million Meng Mountains? Xiaohua naturally knew what Xue was thinking. Looking at Xue's pale face, he smiled and said, the Million Meng Mountains is definitely not something you can imagine. If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to see it. I'll definitely change your mind. Out of Xiaohua's expectation, Xue returned to normal in an instant. She smiled and said, I know. In the future, I'll follow my husband to the Meng Mountains to have a look. But then Xue hurriedly urged Xiaohua, as for now, why don't my husband hurry up and comprehend these techniques? Xiaohua nodded. However, he was not in a hurry to practice the green seal characters. Instead, he first walked to the 9 stone walls and confirmed that the engravings on them were the latter half of the lightning refining technique. Only then did he feel relieved and walked to the side of the stone chair. He released his soul strands and touched the huge lightning character. Sure enough, this lightning was the same as the lightning in the Thunder Palace. It was also a talisman made up of 36 green seal characters, the lightning flashing technique. In an instant, whether it was Huan Qi Sky, Qingshan Sky, or Ming Ruo Sky, all of them were filled with lightning and thunder. Xue Xue stood in the distance and looked at Xiao Hua's body that was surrounded by lightning. That roar that came from the ancient times was faintly discernible in the lightning. This roar could not be heard, but Xue Xue could clearly feel it in her heart. In addition to the majestic sound of thunder in the Thunder Palace, Xue Xue could almost see Xiao Hua using this lightning-flashing thunder-rolling talisman, divine ability. A thin and tall immortal flying high in the sky. His left palm roared with thunder, and his right hand controlled lightning. He moved through the clouds and created rain. He showed grace to the world, and his might shook the small fry. Wasn't this Taoist Xiao, who was worshipped by billions of people? Will I be able to see that day? Xue Xue's nose turned sour, and tears unconsciously gushed out from her eyes. She hastily turned around and forcefully endured it. She looked at the 9 stone walls as if she was hiding something. Xiao Hua did not know that Xue Xue had lost control of her emotions. He was currently infatuated with the witchcraft incantation of the lightning flashing technique. From this witchcraft incantation, a feeling of controlling the world was born in his heart. A desire to trample all living things under his feet involuntarily grew. Roar! Xiao Hua roared loudly. The thunder-rolling talisman that he had just learned was also released from his soul strands. For a moment, the lightning flashing and thunder rolling in the mysterious dark clouds once again appeared in the entire lightning palace. Another few days passed. After comprehending the profound mysteries of the lightning flashing technique, Xiao Hua did not stop to rest. It was as if practicing the incantation would make him even more energetic, as if he would not be tired at all. Soon after, he walked to the 9 stone walls and carefully examined the second half of the lightning refining technique. Xue Xue was originally worried, but when she saw Xiao Hua's concentrated appearance, she knew that his cultivation was deeper than hers. In the field of refining, he was even more of an expert. If she said anything, she would only disturb Xiao Hua. Thus, Xue Xue sat there like a statue, like a still stone. Her gaze deeply stared at Xiao Hua. She looked at his frown, looked at his joy, looked at his realization, and looked at his sigh. That expression of love seemed to have been here since the beginning of the world. Even if the world came to an end, this attachment would not fade. After comprehending a part, Xiao Hua was suddenly startled. He turned his head to look at Xue Xue and asked curiously, "Why do you keep staring at me?" "Because this concubine likes you, loves you, and wants to imprint your every move into this concubine's heart." Xue Xue sweetly smiled and said with a slightly overbearing tone. Xiao Hua smiled. Xue Xue had not revealed such an unreasonable expression for a long time. These words seemed to make him think of the situation when he first met Xue Xue in Yenyuan City. AI, time really flies. Moreover, the fate of this world is truly wonderful. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion and once again immersed himself in comprehending. But right at this moment, Xue Xue sighed and said, "Darling Xiao, how long will it take for you to comprehend this lightning refining technique?" "Right now, I'm afraid there isn't enough time. If you want to return to the sect before the day of leave." "This," Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, "this is an ancient artifact refining technique. Although this husband already has some understanding of the Tao of artifact refining, if I want to comprehend this lightning refining technique, it won't be easy. As for the time, this husband can't say." "AI, husband, you're still too kind." Xue Xue sighed. "If it was another cultivator, I'm afraid they would have used their divine ability long ago. Not only would they have destroyed the 2 green seal characters, but they would also have taken away the 18 stone walls, right?" "Hee hee." Xiao Hua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "To tell my wife the truth, this husband really did not think about this. This husband has always felt that this is the grace of the ancestors and does not belong to this husband. This husband is already satisfied to be able to take a peek at its wonders. How could I dare to destroy this treasure?" Of course, this is my wife's inheritance, so this husband can't destroy it. Husband has already learned the 2 talismans. There's no need to say anything more. Shue Shue stood up and said, since husband is unable to comprehend this lightning refining technique in a short time, then this wife will make the decision. You can take this lightning refining technique away. After you comprehend it, you can return it to this wife, okay? This. Xiaohua rubbed his hands. Previously, he wanted to record it in a jade slip, but this lightning refining technique was an ancient language. There were some meanings that he did not know and still needed to ponder over. If there was a mistake in the record, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? However, Shue Shue's suggestion made Xiaohua, who had always pursued perfection, hesitate. He could secretly learn it, but he would not forcefully snatch it, let alone destroy it. This husband will still. Darling Xiao. Shue Shue shook her head. Didn't this wife already say it? You don't have much time. Without you, the myriad Thunder Valley might not be able to withstand the pressure of the other Thunder Palaces. Moreover, this wife needs to go into seclusion. Ah? You still need to go into seclusion? Xiaohua said curiously. Yes, didn't this wife tell you in the myriad Thunder Valley? Shue Shue forced a smile. After this wife builds her foundation, she still needs to go into seclusion again. However, husband, this wife can guarantee that this will be the last time I go into seclusion. Oh, didn't you say? Xiaohua sat up to hear, then waved his hand and said, forget it, this husband thought that what you said in the myriad Thunder Valley was to make this husband take a leave of absence and hide. Seeing Xiaohua's displeasure, Shue Shue said with a smile, this wife going into seclusion is a small matter. The safety of the myriad Thunder Valley is a big matter. Letting Martial Uncle Zhuo face the Thunder Palace alone, I'm afraid it's not good, right? Chapter 3028. And I know. This is something I caused, so I have to take responsibility for it. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Human nature is to bully the weak and fear the strong. It's also the easiest to get jealous. I'm afraid that I performed too well in the Dao sword battle and allowed the myriad Thunder Valley to obtain too much. Their eyes are red. As he spoke, Xiaohua slapped his hand. The nascent soul's hand rushed out of his forehead and grabbed the stone wall. With a loud rumble, countless lightning flashed and thunder rolled from the stone wall, trying to shatter the nascent soul's hand. Woo! The green light around Xiaohua flickered. The same lightning flashed and thunder rolled under the nascent soul's hand. It was the counterattack that hit the stone wall. The lightning flash and thunder roll technique was very strange. No matter if it was lightning or lightning, it was born out of thin air. There was no need for dark clouds to accompany it. Moreover, the size of the lightning was at will. Although Xiaohua was a beginner, he could barely control the lightning to not hit the words on the stone wall. As soon as Xiaohua's lightning flash and thunder roll came out, the lightning and thunder on the stone wall gradually disappeared and finally disappeared. Rise! Xiaohua roared. The entire lightning flash palace shook. The 10 zhang tall stone wall was pulled out from the ground by Xiaohua. After Xiaohua collected the 9 stone walls, he brought Shue Shue back to the Thunder Roll Palace. Shue Shue blinked her eyes and said with a smile, Husband, can you bring me to take a look? I still don't believe that this is the Flying Phoenix Mountain Range. Xiaohua was speechless. He really didn't understand why the female cultivator was so curious. However, after Shue Shue pointed out the exit, he still brought Shue Shue into the green seal words that gushed out like a fountain. Half a day later, Xiaohua and Shue Shue flew out of the Fog Mountains formation. When they waved goodbye to Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun, Shue Shue still didn't dare to believe it. She said, Darling Xiao, that's only 100 zhang long passage? It actually leads to the Flying Phoenix Mountain Range? Is this soul cultivator's witchcraft so magical? My Dao sect has a teleportation formation, so soul cultivators naturally have. Oh, I really don't know the name of this witchcraft. There's nothing strange about it. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at Shue Shue's head. When you absorb the soul cultivator's inheritance, you'll naturally know how powerful they are. But speaking up to here, Xiaohua pinched his chin with his hand and shook his head. However, there is still one thing that your husband doesn't understand. Oh, what's wrong? Shue was curious. Your soul imprint technique should belong to the Dao sect. This artifact should also belong to the Dao sect. Why did the soul imprint transform into something similar to the green seal text? Xiaohua explained, furthermore, with my eyes, I don't think this is a soul cultivator's witchcraft. Furthermore, that sound. At this point, Xiaohua frowned slightly. That was because the voice and the black shadow were very strange. Although the black shadow resembled a lightning beast, it was also different. That voice was even more subtle. In fact, Xiaohua found it somewhat familiar. It was actually somewhat similar to the voice Xiaohua heard when he shattered the nether passage mirror. However, one was a voice, while the other was a beast's cry. Xiaohua couldn't be sure. What's wrong with your voice? Shue didn't understand what Xiaohua was thinking and asked. Alas, there are too many secrets in this world. Xiaohua was helpless. He also didn't know how to explain. He simply explained what he encountered in the Huta stronghold and spread out his hands. I'm afraid you will only know the truth after you comprehend this inheritance, right? Shue's face listened for a long time. Her small face was deathly pale at first, but then it slowly became rosy. Her eyes were somewhat blurred. Holding Xiaohua's hand was unexpectedly somewhat moist. She even asked in a low voice, Xiaohua, is there really a netherworld in this world? The netherworld sea you saw was really a sea of undead? It should be true. Xiaohua also didn't know. After all, it was the incarnation of the great god that the Hutu stronghold worships. Moreover, your husband has heard of a true great god's avatar. Then, if this concubine falls into the netherworld, will husband look for this concubine? Shue faintly asked. However, without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Shue sweetly smiled and said, Hee, this concubine is speaking nonsense. Husband, don't think too much. Even if such a day really comes, this concubine will definitely not put husband in danger. Think about it, the netherworld is full of death. How can cultivators like us go in? Not to mention the Mahayana stage, even immortals wouldn't dare to rashly enter, right? This concubine still hopes that husband can live well, become famous in Xiaoyu continent, and give birth to 8 or 10 children with big sister Hongxia. Hee, my wife, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiaohua rejoiced that Shue didn't force him to state his position. The dangers of the netherworld were really as Shue said. Only the Almighty of the immortal world could enter, right? He was just a small cultivator of the mortal world. Not to mention that he was only at the Jindan stage. Even if he passed the tribulation, talking about the netherworld was purely a dream. He smiled and scratched Shue's nose. 8 or 10 children is what you want, right? Does my wife want to dual cultivate with this husband? Hee. Shue pursed her lips and smiled. You already did good things with big sister Hongxia. Why can't this concubine think about it? Ok, Xiaohua's heart swayed. He looked left and right, then called out, Then, don't? Shue's face turned red, and she hurriedly said, This concubine still needs to go into seclusion. When I come out, this concubine will send a message. You can ask Marshal Uncle Zhuo to go to my Sun Lei palace to propose marriage. At that time, Shue was abnormally shy, and she didn't say anything else. But Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, How long will you be in seclusion this time? It won't be more than 2 years. Shue nodded with certainty. Hee. Xiaohua smiled. That's right, the great battle of Dao and Sword was probably going to have a clear ending. His nameless identity was probably going to be exposed. 2 years later, when Shue comes out of seclusion, wouldn't he be able to give her a pleasant surprise? Husband, your smile is so lascivious. Did you think of big sister Hongxia again? After saying that, Shue flew away like a wisp of smoke. This female cultivator. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and touched his nose, saying in a low voice, She seems to be far less pure than us male cultivators, think. While chatting and laughing along the way, Xiaohua and Shue returned to the Imperial Thunder sect. Before they landed on Sky Thunder Peak, they were discovered by some disciples on duty. But this time, the attitude of the disciples on duty was different. Other than the necessary respect and some worship that came from the bottom of their hearts, there were also some strange expressions. Xiao Hua and Xue Xuan naturally noticed it very easily, but the two of them didn't pursue it. After Xiao Hua sent Xue Xue back to Sunlei Palace, he turned around and hurriedly flew to Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua understood that something major must have happened in Myriad Thunder Valley. Otherwise, the disciples on duty wouldn't be so strange. Watching Xiao Hua's thin and tall figure fly away, Xue Xue quietly stood in midair and stared at him for a long time. Her tears flowed down her cheeks. "Husband," Xue Xue murmured, "this parting is like being separated by life and death. When I look back, I'll remember all the love in my heart. No matter what cultivation level, no matter what realm, it can't compare to this concubine lying quietly by your side. If this concubine had a choice, this concubine would choose not to fall in love with you. If this concubine had any regrets, this concubine would regret meeting you. But the heavens gave this concubine this opportunity, letting this concubine fall in love with you, letting this concubine witness the growth of a hero. The heavens won't give this concubine the chance to choose or regret, so this concubine will never regret, nor will there be any other choice. Xiao Hua, do you know? This concubine can't bear to leave you, but..." At this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded. "Junior Sister Xue, you're back? Xiao Hua is also back?" Xue Xue wiped her tears and sniffed. Her entire face changed into a smile. She turned her head and smiled. "So it's Senior Sister Xue. Xiao Hua just returned to Myriad Thunder Valley. Why did he come back now? Why didn't he stay outside for a few more days?" Xue Shu said anxiously. "Quick, Junior Sister Xue, quickly send a message. Tell him not to rush back to Myriad Thunder Valley." "It's fine, Senior Sister Xue." Xue Xue shook her head and said, "No matter what happens, this little sister thinks that Xiao Hua can handle it. I'll accompany you to Myriad Thunder Valley." Xue Shu hesitated and said anxiously, "Right now, Xiao Hua needs your support." "No need." Xue Xue shook her head. "This little sister still needs to go into seclusion." "You." Xue Shu almost wanted to stomp her feet. "At this time, why are you still in seclusion? Isn't Xiao Hua's matter more important than seclusion? If Senior Sister Xue wants to go, then go by yourself." Xue Xue said indifferently. "This little sister still has more important things to do." "Excuse me." Saying that, Xue Xue turned and flew into Sunlei Palace. "Junior Sister, Junior Sister?" Xue Shu was a little embarrassed. She could have gone to Myriad Thunder Valley, but now that Xue Xue said that, how could she go? Looking at Xue Xue's expression, it was obvious that she was on guard against her. Having a good impression of him makes him an enemy? Xue Shu smiled bitterly. "I didn't do anything wrong either." But looking at Xue Xue's disappearing figure and the direction of Myriad Thunder Valley, Xue Shu finally turned back. Putting aside Xiao Hua's flight to Myriad Thunder Valley and Xue Xue's inexplicable seclusion again, in Twilight Tong City, in the bustling meeting hall that was like a bird's nest, many Taoist sect cultivators' faces were pale as if they had lost their parents. No one knew if it was because of the fall of Sky Patrol City or because of the loss of their spirit stones. Some of them were roaring in excitement, but no one knew if it was because their relatives and old friends had fallen into the enemy's hands or because they felt bad about the Taoist sect's defeat. Some of them were biting their lips and whispering to their friends beside them. No one knew if they were concerned about the Taoist sect disciples who had fallen into Sky Patrol City or discussing the outcome of the Taoist Sword Great War. In short, almost all the cultivators gathered in front of the door of the first mystery of the Taoist Sword Great War, because perhaps in the next moment, the answer to the biggest mystery at the beginning of the Taoist Sword Great War would be revealed. Although everyone had the same thought in their hearts, they knew that the Taoist sect, which had never lost in the Taoist Sword Great War for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, was really going to be defeated this time. But before the news came, everyone always had a trace of luck in their hearts. Perhaps, just like the Sword Tomb Great War, at the last moment, a mysterious John Doe would turn the situation around. Chapter 3029. Outside the Sky Patrol City, John Doe, whom many cultivators in Tongmu City were hoping for, would not be there. None of the nascent soul cultivators here believed in John Doe. Even all the cultivators from the three kingdoms were hoping for John Doe's appearance. At this time, all the participating nascent soul cultivators had left their resting places. Under Sun Yunzi's command, they were scattered thousands of miles away from the Sky Patrol City. Not only the nascent soul cultivators, but all the Foundation establishment cultivators and above were also mobilized. More than 10 days ago, they had been divided into groups according to their respective sects and even into small teams. Around the Sky Patrol City, the disciples who had been flying around in the air for more than 100 days to set up the formation had disappeared. The disciples who attacked the Sky Patrol City from time to time to distract the sword cultivators had also disappeared. A silent, solemn, suffocating, and even deathly aura permeated every inch of space within 1,000 miles of the Sky Patrol City. There was no need for the Dao sect to issue any challenge talismans. Any sword cultivator could smell the smoke of the final battle in the air. The smoke was on the verge of exploding. Naturally, the sword cultivators had already found something amiss from the cultivators' attempts to cover it up. Chong Taishu and the others also sent all the sword cultivators in the Sky Patrol City to various parts of the sword formation to strengthen the power of the sword formation. As for Hua Jian and the other cultivators, they had already stayed up all night to wait for the Dao sect's attack at the key points of the sword formation. That's strange. Sun Yunzi was in the Great Formation. He looked at the silent Sky Patrol City and was puzzled. He whispered, "Aren't the sword cultivators too confident now? Do they think that a sword formation alone can block our Dao sect's attack? Don't they know that the strongest defense is offense? Or do they already have a countermeasure? However, our Dao sect's Great Formation has sealed off thousands of miles around the Sky Patrol City. Even the original teleportation formation in the Sky Patrol City has been cut off. What are they waiting for? Huan country's reinforcements? It seems that the disciples sent to intercept them did not send any special messages." Just as Sun Yunzi was thinking, a message talisman flew into his hand. Sun Yunzi took it and looked at it for a moment. He then stared at the Sky Patrol City in the distance for more than half a cup of tea. His eyes narrowed slightly and flashed with determination. He said to the message talisman, "Junior brother Xianjing, we can start now. Our Dao sect's final battle against the sword cultivators will begin immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Yunzi flicked his hand, and the transmission talisman transformed into a flowing light that vanished. "Rise." Not long after, Xianjing shouted from afar, and the order in his hand soared into the sky. The resounding sound of the bugle horn resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Looking at the decree again, it was divided into 3 layers, like a flower blooming in midair. Layers of brilliance were constantly peeled off, illuminating the entire horizon. Buzz! An inexplicable trembling sound was heard along with the trembling of the earth. The rhythm of the trembling was rather slow, but the range of the trembling was extremely wide. All the snow-capped peaks within 1,000 miles of Sky Patrol City were shaking left and right. Not only were the accumulated snow shaken off, but even the solid ice was also cracking and falling off piece by piece. In the Sky Patrol City, Chong Taishu and the others hurriedly activated their swords and rushed into the air. They had seen many formations in the Path sect, but they had never seen a formation that caused such a huge commotion before it even appeared. Although they were well prepared, they still panicked at the sight of such a formation. Other than Sun Yunzi, Immortal Lu Shi and the others also stood calmly in midair. Although they did not say anything, their eyes were filled with anticipation. The violent trembling not only shook the earth, but also the air. The Foundation establishment cultivators could not stand in midair at all, and the Golden Core cultivators could barely fly. If such a formation could not shake the green light sword formation of the Sky Patrol City, the Path sect would really have to admit defeat. Whoosh! After the strong trembling, a milky white brilliance that was hundreds of miles long emerged from the ground from the east of the Sky Patrol City like a huge circular fan and rushed into the air extremely slowly. With the emergence of this brilliance, A hurricane suddenly arose in the east of the Sky Patrol City. The gloomy icy rain suddenly stopped, and the dense clouds in the sky above the icy rain disappeared quickly as if they were blown away by the hurricane. The shadow of a setting sun appeared in the sky. The rays of sunlight fell from the sky and shone on one side of the Sky Patrol City's green light sword formation. When the rays of sunlight touched the milky white brilliance, they were immediately refracted and produced many lotuses. These lotuses were like fine beads and raindrops, and as the milky white brilliance gradually rose, they sprinkled over the left side of the Sky Patrol City. On the small lotuses, the leaves spread and withered, and the flowers bloomed and withered. Very faint shadows were produced. There were mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, people, and buildings in the shadows. It was as if small worlds were being born and destroyed one after another. As the shadows played on the brilliance that was hundreds of miles long, an indescribable beautiful music was produced, and it completely covered the east of the Sky Patrol City. What kind of formation is this? It can actually trigger a celestial phenomenon. Chong Taishu was a little dumbfounded. He could not imagine what he was seeing. He really did not understand why this so-called formation was so fake. Sword Master Chong, that's only half of the formation. Look over there. Blue Butterfly was also surprised. She hurriedly pointed to the west of the Sky Patrol City and shouted at Chong Taishu. When Chong Taishu looked to the west, there was also a pitch-black light that was hundreds of miles long slowly emerging from the ground, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Naturally, a hurricane was also blowing in the west of the Sky Patrol City. However, this hurricane was so cold that when the ice rain touched the hurricane, it immediately turned into a string of ice dregs and was instantly blown into powder by the hurricane. Correspondingly, the red clouds in the sky were now dyed black, as if endless ink had been splashed across the western horizon. Not to mention sunlight, even the slightest bit of brilliance was blown away by the hurricane and swallowed by the pitch-black brilliance. Although this was opposite to the light in the east, there should not be any light here. However, the strange thing was that above the pitch-black brilliance, there were also wisps of light. Within the light, there were also thousands of images. However, these images were either ghosts, underworld beasts, mountains collapsing, volcanoes erupting, ghosts wailing and wolves howling, or crying to the heavens and the earth. Above the brilliance in the west, in the sky, as the brilliance moved inch by inch, the space collapsed little by little. As this collapsed, a faint mournful melody was also heard, surrounding the west of the Sky Patrol City. Kacha, at the north and south of the Sky Patrol City, where the black and white brilliances intersected, countless heavenly thunderbolts as thick as a child's arm blasted out violently. The heavenly thunderbolts seemed to be endless like dancing dragons and snakes. Following the strange phenomenon of the heavenly thunderbolts, a powerful force was born from the grayish-black edge. This force was like a powerful palm, tearing everything around the edge into pieces. A small snowy peak was at the corner of the edge. However, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the snow was blown away, the ice layer was cracked, the frozen soil was lifted, and the boulders were torn apart. In the end, half of the foothills were lifted, and the entire snowy peak collapsed with a rumble. Sword Masters. At this time, Chong Taishu was calm. He slowly looked around and laughed. This is the final struggle of the Taoist sect cultivators. It's just as we expected. Looking at the power of the magic formation, I'm afraid they've thrown all their disciples into this magic formation. As long as we persevere through this magic formation, the Sky Patrol City will belong to the Sword Domain. We'll have achieved our first great victory in the Taoist Sword War. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Activate the sword origin in your body and let the Sword Domain sword formation produce a brilliant sword light. Let the sword light split the Taoist sect's arrogance, split the Taoist sect's territory, and create a new world for the Sword Domain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless sword lights rushed out, and countless sword cries resounded. The entire Tiani green light sword formation suddenly shone with a brilliant green light. The green light rose higher and neared, forcing the so-called celestial formation, the heaven and earth dual elements demon sealing formation. The Tianyi green light sword formation stood still like a mountain, while the heaven and earth dual elements demon ceiling formation surged like a tidal wave. The black and white light divided the entire Sky Patrol City into two different purgatories of life and death. The heaven and earth demon ceiling formations seemed to be rising very slowly, but this slowness revealed its indestructibility. The cyan light, which was heavier than a mountain, rushed into the white light and the black light countless times, but there was no effect. Instead, no matter how the cyan light came into contact with the white light or the black light, it was instantly sucked in and disappeared without a trace. A few more layers of shadows appeared on the black and white light. Seeing that the cyan light of the Tianyi cyan light sword formation could not suppress the black and white brilliance of the heaven and earth demon ceiling formation, and that the black and white brilliance had already exceeded the understanding of the sword masters, Chong Taishu and the others' lofty aspirations were somewhat shaken. Left sword master. Chong Taishu muttered to himself, "The Tianyi cyan light sword in your hand is made of primordial gold qi, and it's the toughest and sharpest weapon in the world." But Zuoming narrowed his eyes. Sword light overflowed from his body. He raised his hand and the Tianyi green light sword appeared out of thin air. Then, Zuoming transformed into a sword and rushed into the Tianyi green light sword formation. Let's see the power of this magic formation. Seeing that Zuoming had left, Chong Taishu and the others stopped in the sword formation and watched quietly. Zuoming transformed into a sword and flew out of the sword formation like a lone star. He was dragging a green flying sword behind him. Buzz! As soon as Zuoming flew out of the sword formation, he immediately sensed the suffocating and terrifying aura in the sky. This aura was very strange. It was serene and violent at the same time. Between this serene and violent aura, a feeling that could make one's heart shatter involuntarily arose. It was as if two completely different beliefs were constantly changing Zuoming's thoughts at an unparalleled speed. Chapter 30:30. Zuoming was horrified and did not dare to show his body. He could only vaguely see his figure in the giant sword. Zuoming raised his hand slightly and the green light trailing behind the giant sword soared into the sky. The Tianyi green light sword, which was even larger than the giant sword, immediately turned into a green rainbow as Zuoming waved his arm and slashed at the dark brilliance. Hiss. The Tianyi green light sword cut through the air and made a sharp sound. The entire Tianyi green light sword formation swayed along with the Tianyi green light sword. Wisps of green light uncontrollably rushed into the rainbow. Although the demon ceiling formation of heaven and earth was set up far away from the Sky Patrol City, the rainbow formed by the Tianyi green light sword ignored the distance and landed in the sky above the dark brilliance in the blink of an eye. The Tianyi green light sword shone brightly and the green light pierced into the dark sky like an inch of light. It was more dazzling than lightning. The sound of the sword had now turned into thunder, echoing the thunder from the north and south. As the Tianyi green light sword slashed into the dark brilliance, it blasted into the sky in the west. Swoosh! The green light flashed and a ray of light that was several miles long was emitted from the sky in the west. Not only did it split the dark sky, but it also cut into the dark brilliance with incomparable sharpness. The brilliance did not seem to have any resistance. It split into two and sank deep into the ground. The green light was like jade, and it was very eye-catching in the dark brilliance. Haha, it's just so. Chong Taishu could not help but laugh when he saw that the Tianyi green light sword was so sharp and that the demon ceiling formation of heaven and earth did not have any resistance. In particular, there was no extremely powerful attack method that he had imagined. However, before he could finish laughing, he heard a loud roar coming from the east where the white brilliance was. Rays of dazzling white light shot up into the sky and rushed into the intersection between the north and south sides of the gray light. Chong Taishu's attention was naturally attracted by the commotion in the east, but he did not quite understand why the east would react when Zuoming attacked the west. When Chong Taishu's gaze landed on the west side again, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that in the slender crack that had been split open by the Tianyi azure radiant sword, the black fog was flourishing. It quickly devoured the green light that lingered around the crack. It seemed that the fierce battle result of the Tai Azure Radiant Sword just now was about to disappear. Swordmaster Chong, what kind of formation did the Dao sect set up? Cheng Minghua felt his scalp go numb. He asked in a low voice, this formation hasn't been set up yet, and its attack method hasn't been revealed yet. Yet, it can easily block the attack of the Tai Azure Light Sword. If it's set up, how powerful would it be? Dao sect, it really is the Dao sect. Chong Taishu narrowed his eyes. Seeing that Zhuo Ming did not dare to delay, he turned into a sword and flew back. He said in a low voice, their techniques are really endless. The most important thing right now is to prevent the Dao sect from completing this formation. Blue Butterfly said hurriedly, we should use the 5 Azure Light Swords to destroy this damned formation. If one Tai Azure Radiant Sword can't break this formation, then 5 Azure Light Swords won't be able to. Chong Taishu shook his head slightly. If we want to break this formation, we can only use the power of the entire Tianyi Azure Radiant Sword formation and the power of hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators. Then hurry up. Blue Butterfly was a little anxious. Once the formation is set up, even if we attack with all our strength, we won't be able to break it. Don't worry. Chong Taishu said mysteriously. This formation is a little different from my sword formation. When the formation is first set up, its defensive effect is extremely strong. It can be said that all of its magic power is used to prevent us from breaking it. However, when the formation is first set up, it's the moment when the formation switches from defense to offense. That's the weakest point of the formation. The formation's defense is at its lowest point, and its offensive power has just been generated. The entire formation's defense is probably less than 30% of its current power. That's why I asked Sword Master Zhuo to try this formation. When the time comes, the 5 flying swords of my sword realm will be able to break it. Don't forget that we only revealed 3 Azure Light Swords at most. The other 2 Azure Light Swords are unknown to the cultivators of the Dao sect. Cheng Minghua couldn't help but say, Sword Master Chong, I agree with your idea. However, when the mysterious spirit design switches between attack and defense, we won't be able to break it. The spirit design is closed. Look at the spirit design's current aura. This is a spirit design that can trigger astronomical phenomena. If the spirit design attacks, the power is definitely not something we can withstand. It will definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. In my opinion, we've already won a great victory. Everything in Sky Patrol City is in our hands. With the 5 Azure Light Swords, we'll definitely be able to break out of this formation. It's better to quit while we're ahead. Sigh, Sword Master Cheng, do you think I'm unwilling? Chong Taishu sighed and lifted his eyes to look at the faintly discernible Sky Patrol City under the green light sword array. He said, for so many years, the many swordsmen of the Great Sword Domain have never won a battle against the Dao sect. They have always been defeated time and time again. Now that we've obtained Miss Jiuxia's brilliant plan, we finally have the 5 Azure Light Swords that have never been refined. The victory of this first Dao sword battle is within our reach. Besides, we've spent so much effort to persuade them, but we're still far from revealing our final trump card. How can we lose? Also, we still have the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. Even if our Azure Light Sword formation is destroyed by this mysterious formation, we still have something to rely on and can escape. Isn't victory beckoning to my sword domain for all these reasons? Don't tell me. Sword Master Ching doesn't want to leave your name in the history of the sword realm? It seems like there hasn't been such a good opportunity since ancient times. When he heard about leaving his name in the history of the sword realm, Cheng Minghua's eyes flashed. That's right. Since ancient times, the sword realm had countless transformed swords and spirit swords. However, how many swordsmen remembered them? The Sword Dao battle had always been a place where swordsmen fought enthusiastically. It was also a place where they could prove their strength. Obtaining the first victory in the Dao sword battle would probably be remembered by others no matter how many years passed. The Bright Sword sect would also be remembered by many sword sects in the sword realm. All right. Cheng Minghua gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. I'll go all out today. I'll bet my life with Sword Master Chong this once. Ha, Sword Master Cheng, you worry too much. Chong Taishu laughed. The Dao sect's cultivators are betting. They're betting with the lives of the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and Mo Sang Mountain. Why would my Sword Realm's disciples bet with their lives? I can confidently tell Sword Master that with them, this mysterious formation, even if it's an immortal formation, will definitely not be able to stop us from escaping. Hiss, Cheng Minghua sucked in a breath of cold air. Rolling his eyes, he said in a low voice, "Are they that powerful? I can't tell." "Hehe, you and I are well aware of it." Chong Taishu laughed. "This matter cannot be considered. Back then, when the Valley Master of the Swarm of Monkeys Valley, Chi Peng, spoke of this matter, I thought that the kid was spouting nonsense. However, when I investigated, I couldn't find out anything about that person at all. It seems that he has cultivated for even longer than me and the others. Otherwise, how can I address them as seniors? Then, didn't they already reach the Spirit Sword Realm? If they were to make a move, how could those old farts of the Dao sect let it go?" Cheng Minghua clearly didn't understand the details and hurriedly asked. "That's where it's amazing." Chong Taishu clapped. "Do you think they're at the Spirit Sword Realm or Divine Sword Realm?" Cheng Minghua shook his head slightly. "I can't sense their cultivation, but once in a while, I can feel that they're at the second grade of the Sword Transformation Realm." "That's right," Chong Taishu said. "That's their real cultivation." Then, Cheng Minghua still wanted to ask more questions. At this moment, Zhuo Ming had already turned around. The flickering sword light had already disappeared, revealing Zhuo Ming's frightened expression. "How was it?" Chong Taishu's heart thumped. He left Cheng Minghua and hurriedly flew over to ask. "Sword Master Chong." Zhuo Ming's face was still filled with lingering fear. He looked to his left and said in a low voice, "This array is very strange. It's far from the Dao sect's array that we've seen before. I didn't dare to reveal my physical body in that array. I could only rely on the sword body to resist the two desires of life and death. Well, it can be said that this array's attack method is somewhat similar to a soul array. Of course, the power inside is also terrifying. The spiraling hurricane not only swept away all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, but also tore my sword body. If an illusory swordsman were to enter, he would definitely be torn to pieces. So powerful." Chong Taishu was a little dumbfounded. In his expectations, this array should be mainly for defense. How could it have an attack method? "When I turned around just now, I already understood," Zhuo Ming said again. "If we want to break the array, I'm afraid we have to use all 5 green light swords." The 2 green light swords stare at the 2 black and white lights from the east and west. The 2 green light swords tear the intersection of the north and south, so that the 2 wings of the array cannot be connected. The last green light sword can really break the array. If we can't break the array with this plan, we can only abandon the city and escape. Actually, we have other plans. Then, Chong Taishu repeated what he had just said to Zhuo Ming. Just as Chong Taishu thought, although Zhuo Ming knew the power of this mysterious array, the temptation of leaving his name in the history of swords was too great. Zhuo Ming only hesitated for a moment before nodding. Since Zhuo Ming, who had tested the mysterious array, had no objections, the others naturally had no objections. Hence, all the swordsmen in the sword region activated the sword origin in their bodies and waited quietly for the moment when the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Array closed to launch the most powerful attack. The black and white brilliance of the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Array was still rising in an orderly manner. Now it had covered the Tianyi Green Light Sword Array. Since it had already passed, under the command of Xian Jing and Jinren Pin Xian, the black and white brilliance surrounded the center of Sky Patrol City. Chapter 30-31. Standing beside Xian Jing and Reverend Pin Xian were Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu Su respectively. After staying in the formation for a while, they couldn't help but fly to the side of the 2 who were setting up the formation. The 2 late nascent soul stage cultivators were also very nervous at this time because this universal demon sealing formation was the most powerful formation that the Taoist cultivators could use now. If this formation didn't work, the Taoist cultivators could only use the stupidest method, to surround but not attack. If that was the case, the reputation of the three kingdoms would be even more shameful than a direct defeat. Therefore, the two sect leaders with the highest cultivation had to each choose a formation to set up the formation with Xian Jing and Reverend Pin Xian to fight. Going into battle with bare arms, this was exactly what Chong Taishu said. The most critical moment had come. Just now, the style of Zhuo Ming's sword really made Sun Yunzi's heart skip a beat. That was hundreds of miles away. Sun Yunzi admitted that his magic treasure didn't have such great power. Even if he used a secret technique and used his nascent soul to drive the magic treasure, it was impossible to hit the universal demon sealing formation from hundreds of miles away and tear such a big and deep crack in the formation. However, the universal demon sealing formation wasn't called an immortal formation for nothing. Not only was the heavenly power of the formation dazzling, but its self-recovery ability was also amazing. Zhuo Ming's tiny green light sword could only break the surface of the formation and didn't touch the real formation base at all. Since Zhuo Ming had ascertained the power of the yin-yang heaven and earth demon sealing formation, Sun Yunzi thought that the next step would be the three green light swords. They would attack with all their might before the yin-yang heaven and earth demon sealing formation was sealed. However, what made Sun Yunzi worried was that the three green light swords that he envied still didn't appear even when the black and white brilliance of the universal demon sealing formation overflowed the green light formation. Even a third-grade sword transformation swordsman didn't show his face. Good. Sun Yunzi almost clapped his hands. He really didn't understand why the sword cultivators didn't attack. At this time, the universal demon sealing formation had just been activated. Whether it was Xian Jing, Reverend Pin Xian, or the disciples of Immortal Music Sect and Immortal Ascension Sect, they weren't familiar with it. Although the sword didn't hit the formation base just now, hundreds of disciples were injured and dozens of disciples died. The heavens are protecting our Dao sect. Zhenren Pin Xian seemed to have realized something and whispered a few words to Sun Yunzi, which was similar to what Chong Taishu thought. Ha! Sun Yunzi laughed loudly. The strongest attack is defense. Even this old man is convinced by these words. I really didn't expect to hit the nail on the head. This Yin Kuan Yin Yang demon sealing formation itself is a kind of seal. Taoist Pin Xian explains in a low voice. It is an extremely powerful sealing technique used by immortals. But when it came to my Daybreak continent, it was treated as a magic array. How could there be a switch between offense and defense in the seal? After a while, when the seal is complete, I want to see what kind of waves these three flying swords can cause. Actually, the most important thing is, Reverend Miyu and the others. Sun Yunzi said worriedly. If they hadn't fallen into the Sky Patrol City, would we be in such a passive position now? The opportunity is fleeting and the situation of the battle changes rapidly. Of course, when Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain entered the Sky Patrol City, who would have thought this day would come? Taoist Pin Xian said faintly, sometimes, it's not impossible to make necessary sacrifices. Sun Yunzi glanced at Taoist Pin Xian and said faintly, it's easy to say but hard to do. Imperial Thunder Sect's Jian Lei Zi is easy to deal with. His cultivation is only at the mid-nascent soul stage. Even if he is at the late nascent soul stage, he is still new and won't say much. In particular, Imperial Thunder Sect has always boasted of being a big sect and acts with the demeanor of a big sect. If we use the righteousness of the Dao sect, they might be able to accept it. But Mo Sang Mountain's Elder Mo Sang is not so easy to deal with. I can say for sure that Elder Mo Sang must be sharpening his blade. Once something happens to Mo Sang Mountain's disciples, he will be the first to find us. When Taoist Pin Xian heard this, he immediately shut up. Elder Mo Sang was a late nascent soul stage cultivator and was famous in the country of Xi. Although Mo Sang Mountain wasn't as famous as Shanghua Sect and wasn't even as big as Imperial Thunder Sect, who would dare to bully Mo Sang Mountain's disciples? Not to mention throwing two early nascent soul stage cultivators into Sky Patrol City. While the two were talking, the two black and white lights were like a curtain of light. One went from east to west and the other went from west to east. They began to gradually close in the center of Sky Patrol City. The heavenly lightning in the north and south also soared into the 9 heavens like a soaring dragon. Kachacha, just when the brilliance was only about 300 meters away, a thunderous roar resounded through the entire sky. After the thunder, it was suddenly quiet. There was no sound in the sky at all. Only after the lightning disappeared did traces of gray spread rapidly from the north and south like a gust of wind. "Ayo! Not good." Chong Taishu and the others saw this and immediately shouted. Was there anything else to say? The so-called change of attack and defense seemed to have started early when the formation was set up. Wasn't this gray light the main color of the formation that was about to change? Quick, Chong Taishu's body emitted a strong sword cry. The sword light soared into the sky. His entire body gradually turned into a sword and rushed out of the sky one azure light sword formation. The supreme azure light sword in his hand was shining with cold light. When Chong Taishu moved, Zhuo Ming, Qing Minghua Ruotian, and Qi Liandai also moved at the same time. The other 4 azure light swords also swung out. 5 green light swords rushed out from the green light that was originally pulsating like breathing. These 5 green light swords bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flew around one another, forming a huge fried dough twist. The originally dead silence in the sky was instantly filled with intense whistles, ear-piercing sword cries, and all sorts of strange noises. This sword cultivator is really cunning. There are actually 5 azure light swords in the formation. Sun Yunzi raised his eyebrows and said excitedly, Quickly close the formation. What's the use of 5 azure light swords at this time? After receiving Sun Yunzi's urging, Taoist Pin Xian rubbed his hands together. Bursts of thunderbolts were emitted. Waves of strange techniques rushed into the white brilliance below him. The ripple-like brilliance rushed up to the 9 heavens in a moment. The black and white brilliance didn't wait for the 5 green light swords to approach and immediately collided with each other. Boom! A powerful air wave with a mysterious fluctuation was born from the contact of the black and white brilliance. The entire space within 1,000 miles shook rapidly. A kind of silent suffocation fell from the sky and rushed into the body and soul of all the cultivators and swordsmen. Woo! A gust of wind whistled from the top of the formation, and a thumb-sized gray light spot that was brighter than the stars was born. After that, the gray light spot began to spin rapidly. Strands of black and white light followed the rotation and came down like a wheel. Oh no! Ruyen of the Matian sword sect, who held the Supreme Harmony Azure Light Sword, suddenly realized at this moment. He looked at the black and white wheel that was rapidly turning gray and said anxiously, This isn't an offensive sword formation. This seems to be a kind of seal. Who cares if it's a seal or a formation? This is the time. Chong Taishu was also shocked. However, he had no choice but to release the arrow. He could only shout loudly. The 5 intertwined green light swords suddenly retracted their brilliance in midair, as if they had lost their sword chi. Then, the Tai green light sword began to flash with green light, followed by the Taiching green light sword, the Supreme Micro green light sword, the Supreme Harmony green light sword, and finally the Taishan green light sword. Each of them flashed with green light, as if they were all heartbeats. After the first round of flashes, the second round of flashes took its place. The flashes became faster and faster, and finally, like the first full moon, with a loud roar, the 5 azure light swords actually turned into a huge azure dragon and rushed towards the gray spot in the center of the heaven and earth devil ceiling formation. The sword chi was also majestic and did not seem to be much inferior to the devil ceiling formation. Boom! With a sound that sounded like the collapse of heaven and earth, the whole world was shaken by this collision. Huge waves of chi reverberated in the entire space along with the shock wave. Whether it was the intense shaking of the heaven and earth devil ceiling formation's brilliance or the Tianyi azure light sword formation's green light, all the practitioners and swordsmen could not stand still in the air. They all fell down awkwardly and covered their ears with their hands in extreme shock. The practitioner's protective golden light was torn apart by this impact, and the swordsman's protective sword light was also torn apart by this impact. This kind of earth-shattering destruction wreaked havoc in the space within 1,000 miles. Looking at the place where the huge azure dragon hit the heaven and earth devil ceiling formation, the azure light endlessly rushed into the gray brilliance, and hair-thin cracks rapidly extended in all directions along with the impact. The gray seal showed signs of collapsing under the azure light sword. However, the gray was rotating, and the black and white colors were constantly fusing within it. Although there were many cracks and although they were dense, they could not be stopped from being repaired in this rotation. Moreover, in that rotation, the black and white colors became less and less while the gray colors became more and more numerous. It seemed that the sword practitioner's attacks could not stop the formation from repairing. The heaven and earth devil ceiling formation's name as an immortal formation was not just for show. The sword cry that sounded like a dragon's roar was now even louder. Endless azure light rushed out of the Tianyi azure light sword formation and flew into the dragon tail behind the azure dragon. As a result, the cracks became bigger and the number of fine cracks increased. Gotcha! Suddenly, when Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu Shi smiled, and when Chong Taishu and the others' hearts were burning with anxiety, discordant cracking sounds came from the heaven and earth devil ceiling formation, which had already been repaired by 40%. At this critical moment, the heaven and earth devil ceiling formation actually showed a flaw. Chapter 30-32. Not good. Reverend Pin Xian scanned with his divine sense and immediately turned pale with fright. The yang qi of Xian Lusec's formation is too strong. It can't balance with the yin qi of the Immortal Ascension Sect's formation. The whole formation may collapse. How is this possible? Sun Yunzi was also shocked. Senior brother Sun Yunzi. Reverend Pin Xian smiled bitterly. This seal was originally cast by the Immortal alone. If two cultivators of the Immortal Ascension Sect and Xian Lu sect on the Xiaoyu continent used it together, and if their cultivations were the same, it would be easy to balance. But now hundreds of thousands of disciples are activating it at the same time, and the formations of these two sects have been modified differently. It's not easy to merge them. Forget it. Sun Yunzi snorted. Naturally, he knew the helplessness in this. As he rubbed his hands, the golden light around him shone brightly. Incantations rushed into the formation, and his figure slowly rose into the air. On the opposite side, Reverend Lu Ni's figure also appeared. She also activated all her magic power and tried her best to support the whole formation. Sure enough, with the full effort of two late nascent soul stage cultivators, the collapse of the whole heaven and earth dual elements demon ceiling formation actually stopped. It gradually reached balance, but the formation that was supposed to be mended also stopped. In the whole formation, the top 40% had turned gray, and the east and west sides were still black and white. But it was only this 40% gray that firmly imprisoned the whole Tianyi Cyan light sword formation. The 5 Cyan light swords were captured by the formation and were in an extremely delicate balance. Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu and I did not dare to withdraw their magic power. If they did, it would immediately affect the balance of yin and yang in the heaven and earth dual elements demon ceiling formation. Not to mention the collapse of the formation, the 5 Cyan light swords would inevitably break out of the formation. As for Chong Taishu, Qing Minghua, Chilean Butterfly, Zhuo Ming and Ruo Tian, the 5 of them did not dare to withdraw their magic power. At this time, their 5 Cyan light swords had turned into one. If anyone withdrew their magic power, the entire Cyan light swords would collapse. Not only would the Tianyi Cyan light sword formation disappear, but the 40% of the seal's power would also fall and completely cover the Sky Patrol City. Although it was only 40%, Chong Taishu and the others had no doubt that this seal would seal all the swordsmen. In the blink of an eye, after the Yin-Yang Devil Sealing Grand Formation fell into dead silence, the entire sky within 1,000 miles became deathly silent once more. Regardless of whether it was a swordsman or a cultivator, they were all in a state of absolute equilibrium. No one dared to make a move. Suddenly, a loud laugh resounded through the sky. Chong Taishu's physical body appeared under the azure light sword that was like a jade pillar supporting the sky. He said, "Old Devil Xuanyun, long time no see. Who would have thought that after fighting for so many years without seeing you with my own eyes, I would actually see you here today?" Chong Taishu's physical body was formed by the sword light. Under the green light sword, it emitted a dazzling green light, reaching a height of several hundred feet. Although the virtual body flickered from time to time, the sword force inside was very threatening. His voice could be heard from several hundred miles away. He was truly like a deity. Chong Taishu, why are you suddenly befriending him? Sun Yunzi naturally couldn't show weakness. Golden light flashed around his body, and a virtual body flew out from his physical body. It stood in the air with its hands behind its back and said coldly. Sun Yunzi's virtual body was different from Chong Taishu's sword shadow. Although it was also several hundred feet tall and wasn't inferior to Chong Taishu's, the virtual body wasn't a straight light shadow. Instead, it was strands of golden light mixed with black and white. The virtual body twisted from time to time, as if it was standing in the void. However, Sun Yunzi's voice also filled the heavens and the earth, and his momentum was close to Chong Taishu's. Good boy, congratulations. Seeing that Sun Yunzi's virtual body wasn't inferior to his at all, Chong Taishu was shocked. He cupped his hands and said, "There's actually a secret technique that can activate the divine clone. It seems like you're about to break through the shackles of the late nascent soul stage." Hee, old devil Chong, aren't you the same? With this spiritual body, it's only a matter of time before you advance to the spiritual sword stage, right? Sun Yunzi replied indifferently. Yes, you and I are both successful in our cultivation. However, if we're not careful today, we might die. No matter who it is, isn't it a pity? Chong Taishu seemed to be sighing. Sun Yunzi sneered. If that's the case, why did you do it in the first place? If you sword cultivators didn't attack the 3 kingdoms of cultivation, would there be such a war? This war doesn't seem to be something that only the sword region needs, right? Chong Taishu also replied with a double meaning. The Great Dao Sword War has been going on for more than 10 years now. What's the use of saying so much? Sun Yunzi ignored Chong Taishu's words and asked in return, "Don't tell me you want to talk about the world with me now." Of course not. Chong Taishu smiled and said, "I want to negotiate with you now to see how we can solve the current predicament." Sun Yunzi looked up at the great formation that was like a gray cloud and the green light that was like a pillar that supported the heavens. He sneered and said, "Sky Patrol City is within the territory of the country of Shi. The current stalemate is to the advantage of the Dao sect. Let's not talk about 1 day or 10 days. Even if it's 100 or 1,000 days, the disciples of the Dao sect will come after receiving the news. Do you think the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom have a chance of winning? Bullying the weak with numbers has always been the Dao sect's specialty. Do you feel proud of this victory?" Chong Taishu also mocked. Besides, without the barrier of the sword tomb, the warriors of the sword region can still provide reinforcements. Besides, the sword tomb has already ambushed 1,000,000 swordsmen. I only need to hold on for another 10 days, and they'll definitely come here. 1,000,000 swordsmen, you scared me to death. Sun Yunzi sneered, "Unless you don't want the territory of the Huan Kingdom anymore and let the 1,000,000 soul cultivators of the Meng Mountain kill their way into the Huan Kingdom." Yes, the Huan Kingdom is bitter and cold. What's so good about it? We've long wanted to establish the sword region in the Shi Kingdom. Chong Taishu nodded. Sun Yunzi's expression changed and he said sternly, "Old geezer Chong, if you say so, then I won't talk to you anymore." "So you want to negotiate with me?" Chong Taishu changed the topic and said with a smile. "Nonsense." Sun Yunzi sneered, "Look at how fearless you are. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You're talking nonsense. Aren't you just trying to use the Imperial Thunder sect to make a deal with the disciples of the Mo Sang Mountain?" "Ha," Chong Taishu laughed. "Old geezer Sun Yunzi, when did you become so straightforward? I feel that you've almost caught up to the character of a sword cultivator." "Yes, my Dao sect is straightforward now, but you sword cultivators are dawdling. After talking for so long, you still don't know what you want to say?" Sun Yunzi retorted. "All right," Chong Taishu smiled, "I'll be honest. It's not that I'm trying to change the topic, but I really don't know how to solve the current predicament. Look, most of the nascent soul cultivators of your Dao sect are controlling this formation. Neither you nor Reverend Lu Mang can escape from it, and most of the swordsmen of our sword realm have been trapped in the sword formation of our sword cultivators. I and a few sword masters of the third tier of sword transformation realm are controlling the 5 green light swords and are unable to escape. How can we determine the victor of the Dao sword war under such circumstances? How could they minimize the number of casualties? I'm a bit exhausted. Old Geezer Chong, what kind of sword formation is this? What's with the 5 azure light swords? Sun Yunzi asked hesitantly. What is this mysterious yin-yang formation of yours? Chong Taishu asked back. This formation of mine is the yin-yang devil sealing formation of heaven and earth. Sun Yunzi wasn't afraid that Chong Taishu wouldn't tell him and simply explained. Sure enough, Chong Taishu didn't hide anything. He also broke down the Heaven 1 Azure Light Sword formation and explained the origin of the 5 Azure Light Swords. Damn it, Sun Yunzi couldn't help but curse. The sword cultivators of your Huan country are really scheming. They've long planned this out. Hee, if it weren't for someone causing trouble, I'm afraid you would have already been defeated. Chong Taishu laughed. Sun Yunzi asked vigilantly. Why should I tell you? Chong Taishu's curiosity was piqued and he didn't say anything. If you don't tell me, I'll know in the future. Sun Yunzi didn't ask any more. He understood that since Chong Taishu mentioned it, he would definitely explain in the future. It's a pity that my sword domain's painstaking arrangement was blocked by this immortal world's formation in the end. Chong Taishu laughed bitterly. Then the heavens will bless my Dao sect. Sun Yunzi laughed loudly. How about this? Why don't we all withdraw our respective sword formations? You and I will fight each other. If you win, it'll be your Dao sect's victory. If I win, it'll be my sword domain's victory. How about it? Chong Taishu suddenly said when he saw Sun Yunzi laughing loudly. Sun Yunzi snorted coldly. My Dao sect's sealing formation is outside. Your sword cultivator's formation is inside. Who will withdraw first? Naturally, it'll be the sealing formation outside. Why isn't it the sword formation inside? Sun Yunzi sneered. So, before the outcome is decided, who dares to withdraw the formation first? You don't dare to withdraw the formation. Chong Taishu mocked. You don't dare to fight with me. You and I have already fought hundreds of years ago. What result can there be now? Sun Yunzi shook his head. Chong Taishu said proudly, although we were tied at that time, it's different now. I'm a 3rd grade transformation sword. Compared to your late-stage nascent soul cultivation, my attack power is half a level higher. If you fight with me, your chance of winning is less than 40%. Moreover, I have the Supreme Light Sword. Your soul-stealing chain bell won't be able to withstand a single blow from me. Therefore, your chance of winning is reduced by 20%. If you bet the outcome of the Dao sword battle on your less than 20% chance of winning, you dare. Others don't dare. Sun Yunzi's expression changed slightly. What Chong Taishu said was true. He really didn't dare to bet with him. If he fought with his life on the line with Chong Taishu, Sun Yunzi might not be afraid. It was just a battle of life and death. Even if Sun Yunzi lost to Chong Taishu, he still had the confidence to escape from the Supreme Light Sword. At most, he would abandon his physical body and use his nascent soul to teleport. However, if the responsibility of the Dao sword battle was placed on this bet, Sun Yunzi didn't have the confidence to win against Chong Taishu. Even if Sun Yunzi had the confidence, the implications of this bet were too great. If he made a mistake, he would be condemned for eternity. Sun Yunzi didn't dare. Chapter 30-33. Sun Yunzi sneered as he looked at the 5 azure light swords. Your supreme azure light swords are probably different from ordinary flying swords, right? If I'm not wrong, they must have a way to kill nascent soul cultivators. Sun Yunzi's words were rather off-topic, as if he was trying to change the topic. However, Chong Taishu's shadow paused for a moment as if he was hesitating. After a moment, Chong Taishu said faintly, "This is a secret of my sword domain. Do you think I'll tell you? If you have the guts, you can come and try. If you don't, then there's no need to talk about it." Sun Yunzi smiled. If it's a fight, why would I be afraid of you? Even if your innate azure light swords can split the heavens and earth, my head will definitely stick out before the heavens and earth. However, this is a great battle between Dao and sword. My life and death will determine the victory of my Dao sect. I clearly know that your innate azure light swords are tailor-made for nascent soul cultivators like me. There's no reason for me to fall into your trap. Chong Taishu laughed. Since you can see it clearly, I won't hide it from you. I'll be frank with you. If you Dao sect cultivators are pierced by my innate azure light swords, not to mention your physical body, even nascent soul cultivators won't be able to escape. This old man wants to see if you all have the guts to do so. Let's see if you dare to fight against my innate azure light swords. I do have the guts, but I don't have to be loyal to my friends. Sun Yunzi was calm. How can I fall into your trap? Old geezer Sun Yunzi, this won't do, that won't do. Why don't you tell me why? Chong Taishu looked helpless and said coldly, don't waste time here. If I have the time, I want to order my disciples in Sky Patrol City to kill a few more cultivators. If you dare. Sun Yunzi didn't show any weakness. If you dare to kill a disciple from Imperial Thunder Sect or Mo Sang Mountain, my Dao sect will dare to kill 10 sword cultivators from Huan Country. If you kill the disciples from both sects, then your Huan Country's sword cultivators can just wait to disappear from Dawn Rain Continent. Chong Taishu laughed loudly, and the shadow gradually disappeared. Let's wait and see. Seeing Chong Taishu leave and his shadow fuse into the towering azure dragon light, Sun Yunzi let out a sigh. The light and shadow gradually dissipated. Now, it was really hard to stop halfway. Sun Yunzi had no choice but to discuss with Reverend Lu and I. After 1 hour, Sun Yunzi's shadow reappeared. Obviously, this shadow was a bit dimmer than the first time. Apparently, Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu were having a hard time maintaining the universal devil ceiling formation. Old Man Chong, Sun Yunzi's several hundred feet tall figure slightly distorted as he spoke faintly. His voice rushed towards Sky's supporting pillar, whose green light had already become somewhat restrained. Whoosh, a sword light flashed on the green dragon-shaped sword pillar, and a sword shadow rushed out. It slowly flashed, and Chong Taishu's figure also appeared. Just like Sun Yunzi, the sword shadow was also dark. Old Sun Yunzi, do you understand now? Do you want to fight me? Old Chong, that's obviously a cliff. How can this old man jump down with his eyes closed? Sun Yunzi seemed to have a card up his sleeve as he replied calmly. Then why are you looking for me? Chong Taishu asked curiously. The swordsmen of my sword region have already decided to fight to the death with your Dao sect. Let's see which immortal formation is more powerful, or my sword region's sword formation. As he spoke, Chong Taishu was about to leave, playing hard to get. Wait. Sun Yunzi waved his hand and said, Old Man Chong, don't be impatient. How can your sword formation compare to my Dao sect's immortal formation? However, for the lives of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain's disciples, this old man will still accept your bet on behalf of my Dao sect. Chong Taishu's swaying figure stopped, and he asked curiously, Old Man Sun Yunzi, didn't you say you didn't agree to the bet with me? Listen carefully. Sun Yunzi laughed. This old man agreed to the bet, but not the other way around. Old Man Sun Yunzi. You really know how to trick people. Even if you didn't agree to the bet with me, the other third-grade sword masters are all supporting the sword formation. Who would agree to the bet with you? Chong Taishu laughed. Why don't we remove the sword formation, and you can choose any sword master of my sword region. The Yin-Yang Devil Ceiling formation will definitely not be removed before the victor is decided. Sun Yunzi waved his hand and said, Moreover, after the victor is decided, before the disciples of our two sects come out, it will definitely not be removed. Oomph! Chong Taishu snorted coldly. You Dao sect cultivators can go and daydream together. How can there be so many advantages in this world that your Dao sect can monopolize? As he spoke, Chong Taishu's illusory figure completely dispersed, transforming into tens of thousands of sword lights that were about to charge into the green light sword pillar. Old Man Chong. Sun Yunzi was furious. This old man hasn't even finished speaking, And you want to leave? Since that's the case, then my Dao sect will no longer make a bet with your Huan country. Let's see what happens in the end. Hee hee. Those tens of thousands of sword lights spiraled in the air and converged into Chong Taishu's illusory figure again. He said indifferently, the bet may be allowed, but the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain can only be released after the Yin-Yang Devil Sealing Formation is removed. Sun Yunzi hesitated slightly before nodding. That's fine. When the bet spreads throughout the entire Dawn Rain continent, this old man won't be afraid that your Huan country swordsmen will go back on their word. Very good. Chong Taishu's figure flashed. This sword wants to hear how your Dao sect wants to bet? Very simple. Sun Yunzi pointed with his hand. Your Huan country's third-grade swordsmen need to maintain the sword formation, while my late-stage nascent soul cultivators need to maintain the formation. There's no need for them to participate in this bet. They only need second-grade swordsmen and mid-stage nascent soul cultivators to participate in the bet. Our 3 cultivation countries, Shi country, Lian country, and Meng country will each send 3 sects to participate in a total of 9 rounds. Your Huan country will also send swordsmen to participate in 9 rounds. Whoever wins 5 rounds first will win this Dao Sword Great War. 9 rounds? Chong Taishu chuckled and shook his head. My sword region swordsmen can't compare to your 3 cultivation countries in terms of numbers. If I count with my fingers, I'm afraid you don't have 9 second-grade swordsmen. This sword definitely won't agree to this. If you don't have second-grade swordsmen, first-grade swordsmen are fine too. Sun Yunzi smiled. Your Huan country's first-grade swordsman's attack power is comparable to my mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. They can also participate in the fight. Chong Taishu didn't mind Sun Yunzi's mockery. He thought for a moment and said, your Dao sect's third-grade swordsmen and late-stage nascent soul cultivators won't participate. I'll agree on behalf of Sword Region. As for the rest, this sword will return and discuss it. After speaking, Chong Taishu didn't wait for Sun Yunzi to speak and transformed into a sword and flew back. Hee. Sun Yunzi looked at the thousands of sword lights like birds returning to their nest and sneered in his heart. He understood that the number of third-grade swordsmen participating in the battle in Huan country far exceeded the number of late-stage nascent soul cultivators on his side. Although these third-grade swordsmen were supporting the sword formation, if any one of them were to come out, an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to resist. On his side, there were only 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, Lu Ni and himself. At this time, they couldn't gamble. Just by Chong Taishu agreeing to the first condition, the Dao sect had an additional 10% chance of winning the battle. However, Sun Yunzi was also clear that the individual battle power of a sword cultivator was really outstanding. Even if Chong Taishu agreed to this condition, the Dao sect still wouldn't have the confidence to win. However, as matters stood, the Dao sect was also forced to walk on the path of no return. They could only gamble. Looking at the flashing sword lights and the gray and black intertwined sky, Sun Yunzi sighed. Sigh, if both sides don't hold back, the Immortal formation will backfire and this heavenly azure light sword formation will collapse. I'm afraid all the swordsmen and cultivators won't be able to survive. The Immortal formation is indeed powerful, but the price to control it is also not cheap. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Chong Taishu appeared once again. As expected, Chong Taishu once again raised a different opinion. What? Only 3 rounds? The country of Shi, the country of Meng and the country of Lian will only send 1 cultivation sect to participate in the battle? Sun Yunzi pretended to be astonished and said, how can such an important battle be decided after only 3 rounds? Old Sun Yunzi, aren't you asking the obvious? Chong Taishu said coldly, the number of swordsmen in my sword domain is already less than the number of cultivators in your Dao sect. If there are more rounds, your Dao sect will naturally have the advantage. Since you aren't willing to fight with me to decide the victor, then I naturally won't agree to your 9 rounds of battle? How about 5 rounds? Sun Yunzi asked. That's not right, 3 rounds will do. Chong Taishu didn't give in. My sword domain now has a higher chance of winning than the Dao sect. The battle is already a little unfair. How can there be another 5 rounds of battle? All right. Sun Yunzi nodded. If that's the case, then let's strike our palms and make an oath. The sword cultivators of the Huan country and the 3 nations of the Dao sect will have 3 rounds of battle to decide the victor. The country of Shi, the country of Lian and the country of Meng will each send out 1 sect. Your Huan country will also send out 3 swordsmen to fight against the middle stage nascent soul cultivators of my 3 sects. All right. My sword domain will send out 3 warriors to fight against the cultivators of your 3 sects. Chong Taishu nodded as well. A sword gleam transformed into a palm that was dozens of feet large and slowly swept across the sky. A powerful sword will swept across hundreds of miles and rushed toward Sun Yunzi. Huff, Sun Yunzi didn't show any signs of weakness. His palm of the same size flashed with black and white and mixed with golden light as it rushed into the sky. All the spiritual energy within 100 miles froze. Boom, an extremely loud sound came from the sky. The 2 huge palms collided together and countless small hurricanes were created. The entire world shook. When the thousands of sword gleams turned into fireflies and the thousands of lights turned into flowing lights, the 2 palms disappeared under the sky. Hee, old man Sun Yunzi, your cultivation is only SOSO. Chong Taishu said coldly. You too. Sun Yunzi replied calmly. You didn't exceed my expectations. In an hour, we will send out our disciples for the first round of battle. Chong Taishu didn't reply and flew away. Chapter 30-34. Phew! Seeing that Chong Taishu had left, Sun Yunzi let out a sigh of relief. Golden light flashed around him as he entered the formation. Damn it! Sun Yunzi's phantom image returned to his physical body, and he quickly rubbed his hands. Waves of light once again fell into the yin-yang devil ceiling formation. He cursed in a low voice, I borrowed the power of the Immortal formation, but I was only able to fight evenly with Chong Taishu. If it was a real battle, it would be hard to say. This sword cultivator is truly powerful. Senior brother Sun Yun, Reverend Pin Xian's figure appeared beside Sun Yunzi and said in a low voice, even if it's 3 rounds, it's hard to say for my Dao sect. Go ask Zhu Qinghe and the others. They are cunning people. See how the sword cultivators will deal with this. Sun Yunzi instructed, and then quietly said a few words. Spiritual Master Pin Xian was clearly stunned. Immediately, joy appeared on his face. If that's the case, my Dao sect will definitely win this match. After that, if the 4 strategists can arrange their troops well, our Dao sect will definitely win. Yes, it's rare for me to take advantage of a loophole like Chong Taishu. I can't let this loophole fail. Sun Yunzi said with a smile, let those little kids pay more attention. They had performed well earlier, but in the end, they had fallen into the sword cultivator's trap. This time, we have to let them grasp this opportunity well. 30 minutes later, a cultivator with white hair and a youthful face, dressed in a white Taoist robe, flew out from behind the white light. Then, he turned into a rainbow and rushed toward the green light sword array of Sky Patrol City. This cultivator was the sect leader of Meng country's Tai Ching sect, Daoist Yuqing. After Daoist Yuqing, Zhu Qinghe's figure also appeared. In front of him was Sun Yunzi. Zhu Qinghe respectfully said to Sun Yunzi, Martial uncle. In the Meng kingdom, there were only Immortal Yuqing, the head of the Tai Ching sect, and Yun Mingzi, the head of the Changbai sect. In the Lian kingdom, there were only Immortal He Ping, the head of the Utopia sect, and Xian Jing, the head of the Kunlun sect. Needless to say, Xian Jing was in charge of the Heaven and Earth Demon Sealing formation, so he could not participate in the battle. Only these 3 seniors could participate in 2 of the rounds. Yun Mingzi's attack power should be stronger than the other 2 seniors. However, since he was going to gamble with a sword cultivator, there was no need to mention his attack power. As for Reverend Yuqing and Reverend He Ping, they are both masters who are half a step away from the late nascent soul stage. Both their magic power and experience are extremely powerful. Sun Yunzi nodded faintly. However, when it comes to steadiness and longevity of cultivation methods, the Tai Ching sect is still the best. The foundation of the Utopia faction is still inferior to that of the Taiching faction. That's right. Junior doesn't dare to talk about Senior's cultivation. This is what Reverend He Ping said himself. Zhu Qing has said in a low voice, the three sects of Taiching sect, heaven, earth, and man all have unique secret techniques. In fact, each of the three sects has strength that is not inferior to a cultivation sect. As the leader of the three sects, Taoist Jade Pure's cultivation was needless to say. Junior and the others have also discussed this matter. We are afraid that the sword cultivators will create some kind of first round. They will send a swordsman who has just stepped into the second grade of the sword transformation realm to fight against the strongest cultivator of our Dao sect. However, when he thought of the backup plan that his martial uncle had mentioned, he simply placed Taoist Yuqing in the first round. Even against the weakest opponent, if our Dao sect wins the first round, we will definitely win the second round. In that case, there is no need for Reverend He Ping from the Utopia faction to fight again. Good. Sun Yunzi nodded. In this battle, the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom have used all their means. This time, I want to see what other backup plans they have. Even if it is a swordsman of the second grade of the sword transformation realm against Taoist Yuqing, it will not be easy for him to win, right? Exactly. Zhu Qing has said with a smile. The key is that Martial Uncle's second round is indeed beyond our expectations. Even the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom have not figured it out until now, right? Alas. Sun Yunzi sighed. If it wasn't for the victory of our Dao sect, I wouldn't have done this. Martial Uncle, this is for the greater good. It is incomparable. Zhu Qing has said anxiously. When our Dao sect wins, others will know of Martial Uncle's painstaking efforts. Forget it, forget it. Who cares about what others say? Sun Yunzi waved his hand. Let's see who Taoist Yuqing's opponent is. From what I know, the swordsman of the second grade of the sword transformation realm in the Huan Kingdom. Which sect is this swordsman from? Sun Yunzi looked at the distant horizon and was stunned. He could now see the situation within 1,000 miles with the help of the Yin-Yang Demon Sealing Formation, but Zhu Qinghe could not. It was a little strange. This swordsman is a little strange. Sun Yunzi pondered for a moment and waved his hand. A mirror that was several feet in size appeared in front of Zhu Qinghe. Under the gray sky, Taoist Yuqing stood quietly with his hands folded in his sleeves at a distance of more than 100 miles away from the green sword pillar. Opposite him, a golden human figure flew out from the Sky Patrol City, which was shrouded in green light. The golden light of the human figure was so dazzling that it covered the person's entire body. It was impossible to see who it was. This. Zhu Qinghe was also stunned and did not dare to say anything. The human figure landed in the air a few miles away from Taoist Yuqing. The dazzling golden light did not dissipate. Under the gray sky, it was extremely dazzling, like a scorching noon sun. Ha! Chong Taishu's voice appeared from the green sword pillar again. He laughed and said, so it's Taoist Yuqing from the Taiching sect. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sword Master Chong, Taoist Yuqing stood there calmly and said indifferently, I'm a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. I meet the conditions for our battle. But why doesn't the swordsman of the Huan Kingdom reveal himself? Ha! Chong Taishu laughed. Since we're here for a battle, we naturally have to reveal ourselves. Otherwise, how can we let you Dao sect cultivators know the cultivation of the warriors of the sword domain? Taoist Soaring Dragon, please temporarily disperse the light protecting you. With a cold snort, the golden light around the swordsman called Taoist Soaring Dragon slowly faded, revealing a tall and thin human figure. Taoist Soaring Dragon? Not only was Taoist Yuqing stunned, but Sun Yunzi and the others were also stunned. A weapon cultivator. Seeing Taoist Soaring Dragon's bony face and exposed hands without any muscles, only a seemingly sharp luster, and especially the reddish-yellow eyes in Taoist Soaring Dragon's eyes, Zhu Qinghe cried out in shock. That's right. I have fallen into Chong Taishu's trap. Sun Yunzi sighed. I've never heard of a weapon cultivator or bird cultivator who could cultivate to the sword transformation realm. Now that a weapon cultivator has appeared, it seems that Taoist Yuqing won't be able to win. Ai, that's right. Zhu Qinghe was also somewhat dejected. I originally wanted to rely on martial Uncle Yuqing's cultivation to block the attack of the sword transformation realm cultivator, then think of a way to defeat the sword cultivator. But who would have thought that the sword cultivator would send out a weapon cultivator? Although a weapon cultivator's attack power can't compare to a sword cultivator's, but they've fused with their weapons. It's too difficult to defeat them. Not necessarily. Sun Yunzi seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the mirror, he said indifferently, Tai Ching sect is a sect with an inheritance. If I'm not wrong, Taoist Yuqing should have brought over a spiritual weapon of his Tai Ching sect. Relying on this spiritual weapon, Yuqing can at least maintain an undefeated position. Spiritual weapon? Zhu Qinghe was slightly stunned and said curiously, this spiritual weapon of Tai Ching sect, this junior, seems to have never heard of it. There are many things that you haven't heard of. Sun Yunzi said indifferently, I might as well reveal to you. If there's a sect that has a spiritual weapon, other than Lian country's Kunlun sect, it would be your Meng country's Tai Ching sect. Don't underestimate them. Yes, Junior thanks Martial Uncle for the reminder. Zhu Qinghe was shocked and hurriedly bowed. He knew that this was Sun Yunzi's good intentions. Sun Yunzi ignored Zhu Qinghe and looked at the distant horizon. At this moment, Taoist Yuqing looked thoughtfully at Taoist Soaring Dragon and said calmly, looking at your Taoist robe, you seem to be a cultivator of my Tao sect. Why did you go to Hung country? This old man was originally a rogue cultivator of Meng country. Taoist Soaring Dragon did not try to hide anything. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, when I was cultivating in Meng Kingdom, I was never welcomed by the big sects like yours. Even after this old man obtained a magic weapon, I was chased by people. Say, if this old man did not escape to the sword domain, wouldn't I have become a ghost under the blade of your Tao sect? How could I extinguish the ferocity of your Tao sect here? Even if some Tao sect cultivators forget righteousness for the sake of profit and want to frame you. But after all, you are of my Tao sect. You are still in Meng country. This is righteousness. How can you abandon righteousness and help the evildoers? Taoist Yuqing advised. Bullshit. This old man is now a weapon cultivator. Entering the Tao with weapons is also something that your Tao sect has always despised. How can you put the hat of righteousness on this old man's head today? Taoist Soaring Dragon rolled his red and yellow eyes and said coldly, instead of talking about righteousness with this old man, why don't you first tell the thousands of cultivators in the Cultivation 3 countries about the dangers of killing and robbing? Although Taoist is a weapon cultivator, you are wearing a Taoist robe and your name is Taoist. Doesn't that mean that you are still thinking of the Tao sect? Taoist Yuqing did not know how to deal with this grade 2 sword transformation realm weapon cultivator that he had never seen before and could only delay. This old man is also called Soaring Dragon. Could it be that this old man is a flood dragon? Taoist Soaring Dragon did not care and pointed at Chong Taishu and said, Sword Master Chong, your surname is also Chong. It seems that there is also a family with the surname Chong in Shi country. Could it be that he is also a Tao sect cultivator? Ha! Chong Taishu laughed and said, Taoist Soaring Dragon, don't listen to Taoist Yuqing's nonsense. He is just guilty and does not dare to bet with you. Immediately after, Chong Taishu raised his voice and said, Old Devil Sun Yun, does my sword domain's first swordsman meet the conditions that we agreed on earlier? Sun Yunzi's image appeared from the array and said faintly, this Taoist Soaring Dragon is indeed a grade 2 sword transformation realm cultivator and did not exceed the rules that we set. However, he is a weapon cultivator and not a swordsman. Chapter 30-35. Think about it, when did I say that only swordsmen can be used? I was talking about warriors. You were the one who said swordsman, right? Chong Taishu smiled and said indifferently, besides, in my sword realm, no matter if it's a weapon cultivator, a bird cultivator, or a beast cultivator, they can all be called swordsmen. Even if I sent out a beast cultivator now, it would still meet the requirements. You took advantage of the loophole. Sun Yunzi waved his hand and said, since you said so, I can't do anything. These are the titles of sword cultivators in your country." After saying that, Sun Yunzi's figure disappeared and ignored Chong Taishu. "Taoist soaring dragon, I'll have to trouble you for this battle." Only now did Chong Taishu's words have some respect. This respect was not something that a third-grade sword master should have. "Yes, I know." Taoist soaring dragon nodded slightly. When Chong Taishu's sword shadow disappeared, the golden light around him flashed again and covered his figure. "Good, since it's like this, let me see what kind of amazing methods you, a second-grade weapon cultivator, have." Seeing that Taoist soaring dragon had concealed himself, Taoist Yuqing knew that Taoist soaring dragon had begun to attack. He quickly slapped his hand and took out a green silk ribbon that was 1 foot long from his storage pouch. He tossed it into the air and an emerald green light was emitted from the ribbon. "Ha, it's indeed the Taiching sect's spirit weapon, Heaven Binding Lock." Seeing the silk ribbon fly out, Sun Yunzi, who was hidden in the formation, could not help but laugh softly. Taoist Yuqing still brought it out. "Heaven Binding Lock." Zhu Qinghe looked at the exceptionally clear silk ribbon in the mirror and muttered, "It can even bind the sky, this weapon cultivator. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to escape capture." Taoist soaring dragon's figure was hidden in the golden light, so his expression could not be seen clearly. However, the strange thing was that Taoist soaring dragon just stood there without moving, as if he did not care about Taoist Yuqing's spirit weapon. Moreover, the spirit tool did not seem to have any effect on Taoist master soaring dragon's golden light. Qi Jinren Yuqing did not dare to be careless. He chanted a mantra and pointed his finger. A strange spell was cast, and the mana in his body surged. The Taoist robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. The heaven-binding chains, with the infusion of Jinren Yuqing's mana, suddenly expanded and emitted a strong, clear light. This clear light was like water, rippling under the sky at an extreme speed. In an instant, it covered the space within a few hundred miles. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles was completely absorbed by this clear light, and the space within a few hundred miles was filled with an indescribable confinement. It was as if every inch of the space was a lock, and these locks were intertwined together to form a huge lock. And the source of this enormous lock was the heaven-binding chains that were several tens of meters long. 1. Taoist Yuqing, who had activated the heaven-binding chains, slapped his forehead with his hand. That same huge clear light transformed into the shape of a big hand and rushed into the air. Wu, the big hand let out a whimper as it grabbed onto the heaven-binding chains that were several tens of meters long and slightly swung. With this swing, the entire space within a few hundred miles shook, as if it was shaken by the heaven-binding chains. It swept towards Taoist Master Soaring Dragon's golden humanoid figure. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Taoist Master Soaring Dragon did not transform in time, nor did he enlarge his figure. He only stood there quietly. Within a few hundred miles around him, millions of small locks transformed into endless green waves and rushed towards him from all directions. Strange. Seeing Taoist Master Soaring Dragon's silence, Sun Yunzi was puzzled. He understood that even if it was him, under the bindings of the heaven-binding chains, he would have to use a lot of mana to escape. And this old tool cultivator actually did not move at all. An ominous feeling immediately arose in Sun Yunzi's heart. Sun Yunzi definitely did not believe that Chong Taishu would give up the first battle like Zhu Qinghe and the others thought. Sure enough, just as the huge heaven-binding chains rushed towards Taoist Master Soaring Dragon, the golden light around Taoist Master Soaring Dragon's body trembled violently and emitted a bright brilliance. Then, an extremely loud dragon roar came from within the golden light. The golden humanoid figure quickly transformed, and a dragon-shaped scissors that were 3 meters long appeared in the air. The scissors were a bit strange, as there was only half of it. However, this half of the scissors transformed into the shape of a dragon. The dragon's tail quickly swayed, and a golden light flashed. It was even more dazzling than the sunlight that pierced through the dark clouds, and even faster than the meteors that streaked across the night sky. A golden crack that spanned several hundred miles flashed out of the heaven-binding chains. Ah! Taoist Yuqing exclaimed in disbelief. What happened? Sun Yunzi was shocked. The moment the golden light flashed, a deathly stillness and an unstoppable sharpness involuntarily appeared in Sun Yunzi's eyes. Even with his cultivation, he could not clearly see how Taoist Master Soaring Dragon's magic treasure cut through the heaven-binding chains. When Sun Yunzi looked at Taoist Yuqing, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that Taoist Yuqing's nascent soul hand had already been cut in half by the golden light. There was also a deep crack on the heaven-binding chains in his hand. As for the heaven-binding chains that had just formed, it had already collapsed under the golden light. The backlash from the imprisonment caused the heaven-binding chains to tremble violently. Not only that, the right hand that Taoist Yuqing used to slap his forehead was also chopped off. It floated right below the nascent soul hand. Taoist Yuqing stared blankly at the hand. It was as if even he did not dare to believe it, or perhaps he himself did not clearly see how Taoist Master Soaring Dragon chopped off his hand. Defeated! Defeated! Sun Yunzi could not help but shout in his heart, This tool cultivator's cultivation is only at the 2nd grade of the sword transformation realm. How can he be so powerful? This old man understands. It's the magic treasure that fused into Taoist Master Soaring Dragon's body. This magic treasure is too powerful. But at this moment, even if Sun Yunzi understood, what could he do? In the first round of the Tao Cultivator duel, Taoist Yuqing was clearly no match for the powerful Taoist Master Soaring Dragon. Sigh. Sun Yunzi sighed and was about to turn into a shadow and admit defeat. But at this moment, an extremely powerful restriction that was even more powerful than the heaven-binding chains slowly spread out with Taoist Yuqing as the center. This restriction contained a heavenly might and a ruthlessness that cultivators could not resist. Late-stage nascent soul realm. Sun Yunzi was really wild with joy. Looking at the origin of the heavenly might, Taoist Yuqing put his right hand into his robe and formed an obscure seal with his left hand. From his forehead, he took off a spirit talisman that flashed with lightning and looked like a pool of clear water. Following the removal of the talisman, the space within a few hundred miles, which was originally under the control of the heavenly might, was once again filled with an extremely valiant coercion. This coercion was the coercion of Taoist Master Yuqing when he advanced into the late nascent soul stage. Now that it was accompanied by the heavenly might, it was truly 10 times harder than a rock, filling up the entire space. There were even specks of colorful light that appeared from the void and turned into streams that floated towards Taoist Yuqing. Tai Ching Soul Stabilizing Talisman. Sun Yunzi was ecstatic, but there was a hint of bitterness as he whispered, With this, although Taoist Yuqing entered the late stage of the nascent soul realm 100 years later than me, if he wants to enter the spirit-severing stage, he will have 30% more confidence than me. Martial uncle, Zhu Qinghe was dumbfounded by what he saw. After hearing what Sun Yunzi said, he hurriedly asked, This Tai Ching spirit-stabilizing talisman, is it similar to the Yunqing talisman at the peak of qi refinement? Sight not bad. Sun Yunzi looked at the vortex above Taoist Yuqing's head in the distance. Thousands of spirit lights gathered like fireflies and he sighed. The Tai Ching Soul Stabilizing Talisman is a great secret passed down by the Tai Ching sect. It is used to help nascent soul cultivators advance. Its function is similar to the Yunqing talisman and the Yunqing talisman. When a nascent soul cultivator's cultivation is at the early or middle stage of the nascent soul realm, they will gain more insights and experience more tempering. When their cultivation and magic power reach a level where the talisman is unable to restrain them, then the talisman will be removed. The so-called bottleneck of the late stage of the nascent soul realm will be broken through in the torrent of magic power. Hiss! Zhu Qinghe took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with envy and jealousy just like Sun Yunzi's. Before Taoist Yuqing removed the talisman, he was a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator and met the conditions for the bet. Now that he has advanced to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, it doesn't violate the conditions we agreed on with the sword cultivator. It might be difficult for a cultivator who has just entered the late stage of the nascent soul realm to kill Taoist Ting Jiao, but it should be more than enough to defeat him. Sun Yunzi quickly hid his expression and said, even if Taoist Yuqing needs time to advance to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, it will be easy for him to defeat Taoist Tingjiao with the flood of magic power he has tempered for 100 years. This battle? My Dao sect has won. Prepare for the second battle. Yes, Junior will arrange it now. Zhu Cheng has smiled. Since my Dao sect has won the first battle, there is no need to talk about the second battle. Sun Yunzi nodded, but just as Zhu Chenghe was about to turn around, an even more dazzling golden light flashed through the air. Zhu Chenghe was shocked. Not good. Sun Yunzi also lost his voice. In the air, Taoist Yuqing's body swelled like a balloon and the light rushed into his forehead. The pressure of the late stage of the nascent soul realm and the heavenly might of his cultivation realm suppressed Taoist Tingjiao. The dragon-shaped Tingjiao Shear's golden light disappeared. Taoist Master Yuqing coldly snorted. The heaven-binding shackles that had just been cut open suddenly emitted a clear light that was like water. This clear light followed the pressure and in a moment, it completely wrapped the soaring dragon shears. Taoist soaring dragon did not transform into a human form, nor did he struggle. Chapter 30-36. The Tingjiao scissors were bound by the heaven-binding chain. Layers of runes flowed outside the heaven-binding chain. The breadth of the Tingjiao scissors was completely covered by these runes. Even the golden light did not leak out anymore. Immortal Yuqing stretched out his left hand, which became several feet long, and grabbed the heaven-binding chain from top to bottom. Between the 5 fingers of the heaven-binding chain, there were countless runes flowing like flowing water. The spiritual light within a few miles poured into the palm at the same time. Half a mile of the heaven-binding chain was completely controlled by Immortal Yuqing. As Immortal Yuqing's hand fell, this half-mile was slowly compressed, and the heaven-binding chain also slowly turned into its original silk ribbon. Roar. The huge roar sounded again, and the angry dragon roar also came out from the heaven-binding chain. Evil creature! At this time, do you still want to resist? Immortal Yuqing said coldly. The spiritual power in his hand was more powerful, and mixed with the heaven's might, it covered the heaven-binding chain. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky from the heaven-binding chains. The heaven-binding chains couldn't help but expand to dozens of feet. But then, the golden light disappeared again, and the heaven-binding chains rapidly shrank again. Obviously, the Tingjiao scissors inside became smaller again. At this time, an extremely dazzling golden light flashed in the middle of the heaven-binding chain like a flash in the pan, and a few feet-long dragon-shaped scissors flew out from the heaven-binding chain. Then, the scissors disappeared. When the scissors disappeared, Immortal Yuqing in the distance let out a heart-wrenching scream. The huge palm that was incomparably powerful just now quickly shrank in the air. Immortal Yuqing, who was surrounded by strong spiritual power, looked at the left arm that was cut off by the Tingjiao scissors in the air in disbelief, and his eyes flashed with incomparable fear. Swish! Almost silently, the Tingjiao scissors without the golden light appeared in the air only a few miles away from Immortal Yuqing. There was still half a drop of blood on the scissors. Rumble! A muffled thunder came out, and the space controlled by the heaven's might and pressure began to shake. A very long crack appeared in the air, and the space showed signs of collapse. The spiritual light that rushed into Immortal Yuqing's head also began to stop. Seeing this scene, how could Taoist Yuqing dare to stay a moment longer? Woo! With a howl, Taoist Yuqing's body turned into a ray of light. He carried his broken limbs and broken spirit treasures as he charged towards Sun Yunzi. At the same time, the ray of light caught up. Sigh. Sun Yunzi watched as the Dao sect fell from the peak of victory to the trough of defeat. He sighed and opened a gap in the heaven and earth yin-yang demon ceiling formation to release Jinren Yuqing. After spiritual master Yuqing left, the entire magic formation was still filled with a faint heavenly might. Within the heavenly might, the skeletal spiritual master Tingjiao slowly revealed his figure. At this time, Taoist Master Soaring Dragon's face became increasingly yellow. Previously, there was still some flesh on his face, but now, it had completely turned into a kind of bone. His reddish-yellow eyes flashed with even more ruthlessness. Taoist soaring dragon stood there calmly. His Taoist robe did not move at all. The heavenly might seemed to have no effect on him. Sun Yunzi was even more shocked. How was this the cultivation of a second-grade sword transformation? Even a third-grade sword transformation stage cultivator was only at this level. My sword domain wins this formation. Chong Taishu's figure appeared. He glanced at Taoist soaring dragon and cupped his hands. Sword friend soaring dragon, please return to Sky Patrol City. Taoist soaring dragon did not reply. The golden light around his body flourished again, covering his face. He suddenly charged into the green light formation. Old Chong. Sun Yunzi coldly revealed his figure and said angrily, "You weapon cultivator? How can you be a second-grade sword transformation stage cultivator?" Is that so? Didn't your Dao sect confirm it before the battle? Taoist soaring dragon is a second-grade sword transformation stage cultivator. Chong Taishu said indifferently. It's just that Taoist soaring dragon's strength is close to that of a third-grade sword transformation stage cultivator. What's so strange about that? Furthermore, old man Sun Yunzi, you should know that in my sword domain, regardless of whether it's a weapon cultivator, bird cultivator, or beast cultivator of the same cultivation level, they will all be stronger than sword cultivators for a long time. To tell you the truth, when I face Taoist soaring dragon, I also have to call him senior. I don't dare to overstep my boundaries. But so what? My sword domain did not violate our agreement with the Dao sect. Taoist soaring dragon's cultivation is indeed a second-grade sword transformation stage cultivator. Sun Yunzi was somewhat speechless. Furthermore, your Dao sect doesn't seem to be honest, right? Chong Taishu said coldly. Taoist Yuqing is clearly a late nascent soul stage cultivator, yet he still used some old man's talisman to suppress his cultivation. He's just pretending to be young. If you want to say that my sword domain is playing tricks, isn't your Dao sect the same? Hearing this, Sun Yunzi was completely speechless. Forget it, Sun Yunzi waved his hand and said. You sword cultivator win this battle. Let's move on to the second round. I want to see if your Huan country can find a second weapon cultivator of second-grade sword transformation stage. Chong Taishu laughed. I've disappointed you, old man. There's only one second-grade illusory sword weapon cultivator like Taoist soaring dragon in my sword domain. There's no second one. Then, Chong Taishu looked behind Sun Yunzi and said, I wonder which late nascent soul stage cultivator will be going up for the second round. How can it be late nascent soul stage? It can only be mid-nascent soul stage. Sun Yunzi snorted coldly. Then, a ball of fiery red light flew out from the formation. That light was like a jumping flame and flew behind Sun Yunzi. However, this flame blocked everyone's line of sight. Even Chong Taishu could not see who was inside the flame. Meng country's Tai Ching sect has already lost. Next up is Shi country or Lian country. Chong Taishu looked at the flame and said indifferently. In these two countries, there are mid-nascent soul stage and fire attribute cultivators close to late nascent soul stage. There are quite a few of them. I wonder which sect's sect leader is coming to die. What about your Huan country swordsman? Sun Yunzi asked. When the swordsman appears, my Dao sect's cultivator will definitely appear. Why are you guessing? Chong Taishu laughed loudly. Just now, this sword said that there's only one second-grade illusory sword weapon cultivator like Taoist soaring dragon in my sword domain. There's no second one. But if we can find another first-grade illusory sword weapon cultivator, I'm afraid it won't be hard. Fairy Luohua, please come out. Following Chong Taishu's voice, a ball of misty green light flew out from the green light sword array. This green light also had a human figure. However, this green light was different from Taoist soaring dragon's golden light. It was faint and indistinct, like a layer of cloud clothing. When the green light flew to the left of Chong Tai-su, the green light faded away and a frail woman with delicate features was revealed within the green light. This girl was similar to Taoist soaring dragon. They were both extremely thin. Other than her beautiful hair and the green cloud clothing, If one were to look at the lines, one would not be able to tell that this girl was a girl. Furthermore, what was extremely special was that Taoist soaring dragon's face was long and narrow while this girl's face was square. Although delicate and pretty, it was also full and round. Hearing Chong Taishu's words and seeing that this girl was only a first-grade sword transformation stage cultivator, Sun Yunzi's expression changed drastically. You actually already prepared to give up on this second round? Chong Taishu rolled his eyes and said thoughtfully, "When did this old man say that I was going to give up on this second round? Could it be that what this old man said just now was all nonsense? As long as the weapon cultivators of my sword domain reach the first-grade sword transformation stage, they will be comparable to a second-grade sword transformation stage cultivator. Killing a middle nascent soul stage cultivator is a bit difficult, but defeating or not losing, I'm afraid it's also very easy, right?" Alas, this old man calculated and calculated, but I really missed out on the weapon cultivator. Sun Yunzi sighed. Why don't you just admit defeat? Let this old man see who will go up for the third round of your sword cultivator. You actually have such great confidence. At this moment, Sun Yunzi was already somewhat worried. He did not know who would go up for the next round of the sword cultivator battle. That Taoist He Ping, who had always been peaceful and did not like to fight, might really not be his opponent. Hee, old man Sun Yunzi, we haven't even fought yet. How do you know that my sword cultivator will lose? No matter what, you have to let this sword see who from your Dao sect will fight, right? How could Chong Taishu admit defeat just like that? However, when the flames next to Sun Yunzi retracted and he saw the three elders of the ardent fire mountain wearing Taoist robes, Chong Taishu was dumbstruck. Sun Yunzi, our agreement seems to be that one person from my sword domain and one person from your cultivation 3 kingdoms, right? Why did you let Hua Zhishan, Hua Yishui, and Hua Picong all come up? Hee, old man Chong, think about our agreement again. Sun Yunzi laughed and said, this old man only said that my cultivation 3 kingdoms would each send a sect to fight your sword cultivator battle, but I never said that each sect would only send one person. Moreover, the 3 Taoist friends from the ardent fire mountain are originally compatriots of 3 lifetimes. They are 3 against 1 swordsman and 3 against 10 swordsmen. How do you want this old man to separate the 3 of them? Chong Taishu faced the sky and laughed loudly. If not for his sword light body, he would have probably even shed tears. He pointed his finger and said, Sun Yunzi only now did this sword finally see the sanctimonious appearance of you Dao sect cultivators. You all only played around in the details of your words. You really lost all your face. If the cultivators from the cultivation 3 kingdoms heard that you used such a despicable method, what would they say about you? For the victory of my Dao sect, this old man will definitely do anything. Sun Yunzi's expression was calm. Didn't your Huan kingdom also treat the weapon cultivator as a sword cultivator? We can be considered to be on par with each other. No one can say that the other is despicable. Moreover, this old man defeated your sword cultivator in 3 battles. The Dawn Rain continent will only praise this old man's wisdom. Who can say that this old man is sanctimonious? Everything in this world is written by the victors. It has never been the right of the losers. I reckon that no one wanted to fight. Looking back, the Tanhua is still very satisfied with the description of the battle. Many thanks for everyone's support. Chapter 30-37. You can make such an ugly thing sound so beautiful. I feel disgusted. Chong Taishu thought about the agreement between him and Sun Yunzi. Indeed, it was not specified that there was only one person. It was all his fault for taking things for granted. Of course, Chong Taishu was also guilty, so he did not think about it carefully. What could he do if he regretted it now? Fairy Luohua, thank you for your trouble. Chong Taishu bowed extremely respectfully, then ignored Sun Yunzi and returned to the green light sword pillar. Sun Yunzi was laughing loudly. Although the 3 elders of the ardent fire mountain had just entered the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, they had cultivated together since they were young. Now that they had entered the middle stage of the nascent soul stage together, Their minds were connected. In addition, they had used a combination attack since they were young. To be honest, the three of them together could catch up to a cultivator who had just entered the late stage of the nascent soul stage. They were even more powerful than Taoist Yu Qing, who had not taken off the Tai Ching spirit-stabilizing talisman. This was Sun Yunzi's trump card. The most amazing thing was that the three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain had not announced to the outside world that they had entered the middle stage of the nascent soul stage together. The sword cultivators of the Huan country did not know about this at all. The sword cultivator's attention was probably focused on the large sects like the Splendid sect and the Tai Ching sect. He simply didn't think much about the Ardent Fire Mountain. Therefore, placing three mid-nascent soul stage cultivators in the gambling match was a sure kill move for the sword cultivator. However, after witnessing Taoist Ting Jiao angrily cutting off Taoist Yu Qing's arm, and hearing Chong Taishu's respectful tone towards this thin woman, Sun Yunzi could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This guy just said that if a weapon cultivator and a sword cultivator were in the same realm, then the weapon cultivator's lifespan would definitely be longer and he would have to call them senior. And this woman, if I'm not wrong, she's also a weapon cultivator? Then, what kind of magic treasure did she integrate into? Immediately, Sun Yunzi, who had long regarded this victory as within his reach, was a little hesitant. After Sun Yunzi reminded him a few times, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in midair. In the air, only the ugly Hua Zhishan, Hua Yaishui, and Hua Picong were left, as well as the thin and weak woman opposite them. It was an absolutely brutal scene of a beauty and a beast. Hua Zhishan vigilantly looked at the woman standing a few li away. Luo Hua Fairy only looked at them quietly, not saying a word. She even seemed shy under Hua Zhishan's gaze. The green light on the green robe gradually appeared, like a cloud covering the mountain, faintly blocking the woman's figure. Fight! Hua Zhishan roared as his body emitted a bright light. Every strand of light turned into little sparks that covered Hua Zhishan's body. The sparks grew bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, a huge fireball appeared where Hua Zhishan was standing. The temperature of the fireball was extremely high. The edges of the fireball were pitch black, rippling like water. Even the void had been ignited. With another two sounds, Hua Yaishui and Hua Picong also began to emit sparks. In an instant, three huge fireballs appeared in midair. Wue! A strange sound came from the center of the three fireballs, and a pitch-black light flew toward Luo Hua Fairy's green light. Although the pitch-black light was only the size of a thumb, everywhere it passed, the air around it would distort, and a terrifying aura was emitted from the light. This light is the flame essence spat out by the three Yuanying of the Blazing Fire Mountain's three elders. It contains their magic power. They are the bane of sword cultivators. Sun Yunzi said coldly, not to mention the sturdiness of a sword cultivator's body, even if a weapon cultivator fused their magic treasures into their body, they would not be able to dodge the natal flames of the three. Seeing the pitch-black light fly for a moment and then disappear, Zhu Qinghe looked to the side of Luo Hua Fairy and said in shock, the natal flames of three mid-nascent soul masters. Even a late nascent soul master would not be able to block it, right? Exactly. Sun Yunzi said calmly, and the three's joint attack is not limited to this. Just as Zhu Qinghe had expected, that pitch-black brilliance appeared in front of Fairy Luo Hua. Although it was still 1,000 feet away, that blue brilliance was obviously impacted by the heat waves of the flame essence. It rapidly shrank back, and was actually forced into a deep depression. Although Zhu Qinghe was not in the field, he could not help but shrink his neck. He knew that the heat wave was extremely hot, and it was extremely easy to melt metal. He could not help but look forward to it. He did not know how the weapon cultivator would deal with it. However, just as Sun Yunzi said, Hua Zhishan and the others' methods were not limited to this. Just as the flame essence approached Luo Hua Fairy, the three large fireballs let out a hong 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 sound and rushed towards Luo Hua Fairy like the sun. The three fireballs attracted and repelled each other. Each of them had different trajectories. If Xiaohua was here, he would definitely be able to see that the three fireballs smashing down were somewhat similar to the giant stone array on Sunset Island. With a loud whistling sound, the the three incomparably powerful forces covered Luo Hua Fairy from a few miles away, blocking her escape route. The most frightening thing was that the three forces were faintly discernible, and at the same time, they were gradually fusing together. The triangular imprisonment gradually became one, and within the force, there was a strong heat wave that was several times more powerful than the flame essence's heat wave that soared into the sky. Woo woo. At the same time that the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain flew out, Luo Hua Fairy's green light also let out a roar. Unlike Daoist's soaring dragon, Luo Hua Fairy's green light became smaller and smaller. When the murderous flame essence rushed in front of Luo Hua Fairy, the green light had shrunk to a few feet in size and looked like a square, Kucha. A faintly discernible sound came from the green light, and then a powerful suction force was born from the green light. The flame essence instantly disappeared in this suction force. As for the green light in all four directions, it only slightly increased in size before falling down again. It unexpectedly swallowed the flame essence without a sound, and simply didn't harm a single hair. At this time, the fireballs of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain were already less than a mile away. The tearing force was even greater, and it was simply tearing the void apart. However, the green light in all four directions simply ignored this tearing force, and suddenly rushed straight into the sky. A thin green light that looked like a thumb-sized spiral descended from the four directions. This green light rapidly rotated and rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of several miles, and the fireballs of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain were already enveloped by the green light. Since this was the case, the green light no longer expanded. It only crazily rotated and gradually shrank under the fireballs. So, just as the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain suddenly rushed towards the green light in all four directions, a clear sound similar to the sound of nature was emitted from the green light in all four directions. A green cloud flashing with golden light fell from the green light in all four directions, and like a big net, it covered the three fireballs that were several dozen feet in size. Woo! The flames of the three fireballs flourished, wanting to burn this green cloud. However, without waiting for the flames to soar into the sky, the green cloud passed through the flames and the fireballs. Under the green light, all the heat waves, all the flying flames, and all the movements disappeared. After the green cloud passed through, the figures of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain were revealed under the green light in all four directions. The three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain looked at each other in disbelief, and then looked at the green light in all four directions above their heads. They hurriedly clapped their hands, and each of their magic treasures, each of their oppressive might, and even the hands of their nascent souls were about to be displayed. And at this moment, with a whoosh, another clear cry that sounded like the sounds of nature was emitted from the green light in all directions. Similarly, a green cloud that flashed with golden light descended from the green light in all directions. It seemed slow, but in reality, it covered a distance of 3,000 zhang in the blink of an eye. It passed through the magic treasures and nascent souls of the three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain and landed on their bodies. Three miserable screams sounded at the same time, and like a heaven-shaking roar, the bodies of Hua Zhishan, Hua Yaishui, and Hua Pai Kong disappeared along with the green cloud, and three nascent souls appeared under the green light in a panic. This is bad. Far away in the Great Formation, Sun Yunzi's face had long since turned pale. Just as Luo Hua Fairy's figure transformed into a green light and covered the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain, Sun Yunzi understood that according to Chong Taishu's arrangement, there was no such thing as a third battle. Just by relying on Luo Hua Fairy, who seemed to be at the first grade of sword transformation realm, even if he, a late nascent soul realm cultivator, acted, he would definitely not be able to defeat her. When he saw Luo Hua Fairy's incomparably strange green cloud annihilate the fireball, and then the bodies of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain, he could not help but cry out in alarm. He understood in his heart that even these three nascent souls would not be able to escape. He had schemed against Chong Taishu for a long time, but in the end he still fell into the trap of others. Sure enough, the nascent souls of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain looked at each other, and without prior agreement, they fled in three directions. With a flash of golden light, they disappeared. They wanted to borrow a moment of instant teleportation to rush out of the green light. Unfortunately, the green light flashed, and the nascent souls of the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain appeared in their original positions. Within the area controlled by Luo Hua Fairy, the nascent souls were unable to teleport. So, another light sound was heard, and the deadly green cloud descended once again. Old Ghost Chong. Sun Yunzi did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly appeared from the great formation and shouted, "My Dao sect has also lost the second battle. Luo Hua Fairy, please release the nascent souls of the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain." Unfortunately, Chong Taishu's figure naturally appeared as well. He said with extreme regret, "Sun Yunzi, this is a senior invited by Taoist Master Soaring Dragon. I'm afraid I can't order him around." Sun Yunzi heard Chong Taishu's words and knew that it was true. With Chong Taishu's 3rd grade of sword transformation realm cultivation, he was likely not the opponent of this 1st grade of sword transformation realm equipment cultivator. The nascent souls of the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain were at a loss of what to do. They helplessly watched the green cloud descend, unable to escape. Even if the 3 wanted to self-destruct their nascent souls, it was impossible. Chapter 3038. When the green clouds passed through the 3 lonely nascent souls, everything disappeared. Within the green light, there were no longer any traces of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. Not to mention all the Dao sect cultivators, even all the swordsmen were dumbfounded. No one had ever seen such a fierce 1st-grade sword transformation cultivator. However, things did not end there. Just as Chong Taishu was about to speak, the green light under the green light turned into a whirlpool and rushed toward the sky. Chong Taishu and Sun Yunzi were both stunned, but their expressions immediately changed. As the cyan vortex soared into the sky, it rapidly expanded. By the time the cyan light covered the entire formation, the cyan vortex was already over 1,000 miles wide. Moreover, the edge of the whirlpool touched the Yin-Yang Universe Devil Sealing Array where the black and white whirlpool had stopped. Loud rumbling sounds came from the green light in all directions, echoing throughout the world. The green light really began to rotate in the opposite direction of the formation. The entire Yin-Yang Devil Sealing Formation uncontrollably began to emit a powerful sound. The gray sky that had already solidified actually began to reverse with this sound, once again turning into a black and white brilliance, and this brilliance once again entered the green quadrangle. Haha! Chong Taishu clapped and laughed. Sun Yunzi, what else do you want this sword to say? Your Dao sect has lost 2 battles, and now the Yin-Yang Universe Devil Sealing Array is about to be broken by us sword cultivators. Your Dao sect has already lost this battle. Sun Yunzi's face was already pale, and now it was as if he was about to die. He looked at the dissipating sky and said coldly, "Although this weapon cultivator is a 1st-grade sword transformation cultivator, her strength has already surpassed the realm of sword transformation. She isn't afraid of a spirit-severing senior attacking?" You're absolutely right. She is a 1st-grade sword transformation cultivator, and has not surpassed the realm of sword transformation. Chong Taishu laughed. How could she cause a sword transformation cultivator to attack? Even if they wanted to make a move, would she allow them to find her tracks? Moreover, if she broke the rules, then wouldn't your Dao sect's Thunder Control sect's disciple, Wu Ming, already be suspected of breaking the rules in the 1st stage? Sun Yunzi frowned. Just as he was about to say something, a series of muffled sounds of thunder rang out. The black and white light screen began to collapse. Fairy Luo Hua actually managed to break the Yin-Yang Universal Demon Sealing Formation by herself. Sun Yunzi didn't dare to continue talking to Chong Taishu. With a flash of light, his several hundred feet tall body disappeared. Chong Taishu looked at the huge black and white vortex with a complicated gaze. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "The great battle of Dao and sword actually ended in such a situation. What schemes? What plans? They were all useless. Cultivation. Power. This was the eternal theme of this world. If I knew that Luo Hua Fairy was so powerful, I wouldn't have to do this." Unfortunately, she only agreed to help me once, and the price I have to pay this time is too high for her. There's always someone better than you out there, that's true. As he spoke, Chong Taishu's sword shadow also gradually disappeared and rushed into the green light sword pillar. Another hour later, after 40% of the gray color of the yin-yang universal demon ceiling formation disappeared, the black and white light suddenly fell down. The vortex formed by Fairy Luo Hua's green light also slowly converged. Finally, it turned into a green human figure. This human figure didn't waste any more time in the air and immediately rushed towards the direction of the Huan Kingdom. Behind her, Immortal Tengjiao's golden light also flew out. The two people disappeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. The two dissimulated men who ended the great battle of Dao and sword by raising their hands and feet calmly rose up. They were even more confident than Xiao Hua that day. Looking at the disappearing light, Chong Taishu, Qing Minghua, Qi Liandai, Zhua Ming and Ruo Tian, who had recovered their physical bodies, bowed respectfully. Sun Yunzi and Immortal Luanai looked gloomy, and no one knew what they were thinking. The Tianyi green light sword formation of Sky Patrol City was still shining. The yin-yang universal demon ceiling formation of Dao sect had been broken. The formation had ended, and the bitter fruit had been delivered to the mouth of Dao sect's cultivators. If it wasn't for Dao sect, the three kingdoms wouldn't have known this sad news. Even in the so-called meeting hall of Tongmu City, the people were still looking forward to it. However, there weren't many people who stayed in front of the two mysterious gatehouses of the nameless and terrifying phoenixes. Compared to the outcome of the great battle, these two mysteries were much more insignificant. Although there weren't many people, there were still some people. In particular, a tall foundation establishment cultivator with a face full of beard and a ferocious-looking face was standing in front of the nameless gatehouse with his hands clasped behind his back. He was looking at the few vines. His gaze fell on one of the vines that wasn't very tall and had Xiao Hua's name written on it. He didn't speak for a long time. Because of this cultivator's ferocious face, the nearby cultivators avoided him. There weren't many people in this place, so no cultivators came close to him. However, this cultivator looked at him for a moment and said faintly without turning his head, "Kind son, ever since I found your tracks in Sky Patrol City, you've been following me. If we were to say that we met by chance in Sky Patrol City, but when I went to Hun Country, you followed me. Later on, when I went to Drifting Cloud Lake, you still followed me. Now that I'm in Tongmu City, you followed me. I'm really puzzled." Perfected Du, you've finally spoken. A thin scholar dressed in ordinary clothes slowly walked out of the crowd with a feather fan in his hand. This scholar also looked like a foundation establishment cultivator. However, if he didn't take the initiative to walk out of the crowd, even a golden core cultivator's divine sense wouldn't be able to distinguish him from the crowd. It was as if he was in the crowd, but at the same time, he didn't seem to be in the crowd. The scholar's voice wasn't loud, but it was abnormally clear. "I thought you would expose me in the Sword Tomb, but I didn't expect you to endure until Tongmu City. Your self-restraint is much better than before." "Why would I expose you?" Perfected Dui still didn't turn his head and replied, "I have my own business, and you have yours. Although we're on the same path, we might not be doing the same thing, right?" "I feel that you and I seem to be doing the same thing," Kind Sun said faintly. "You and I seem to be looking for the same person." Hiss, Perfected Dui took a breath of cold air and turned his head slightly. He glanced at Kind Sun, who walked to his side and was dozens of feet away, and said curiously, "Could it be that your Immortal Ascension sect is also looking for?" At this point, Perfected Dui hesitated and thought of his master's advice. Kind Sun seemed to understand Perfected Dui's scruples and said with a smile, "Yes, you don't have to tell me who you're looking for. I won't tell you either. However, I can tell you that according to my analysis, the person I'm looking for should be the most mysterious person in this Taoist sword war." "That's right." Perfected Dui was shocked. "Moreover, I was entrusted by someone to look for this mysterious person. But this mysterious person suddenly appeared in the Taoist sword war, and according to what I know, John Doe was definitely John Doe before the war. His cultivation is extremely low." Kind Sun continued, But this person is extremely powerful and has some impressive achievements in body cultivation. Perfected Du clapped his hands and said, "It seems that it's not enough for him to reach the realm of nascent soul realm. I'm afraid that there are many secrets that others don't know, which allowed him to have such strength and influence the situation of the Taoist sword war. The most terrible thing is that John Doe seems to know swordsmanship and has sword origin." Kind Sun continued, "Although I don't know why John Doe went to Million Mountain, he can go in and come out alive, which is enough to prove that he is not simple. Such an extraordinary person is exactly what I'm looking for." Perfected Du narrowed his eyes and reminded, "And I found the clue first." "Yes, this person is exactly what I'm looking for." Kind Sun also nodded and replied, "But John Doe is very cunning. Even if 2 cultivators at the middle stage of nascent soul realm chased after him, he still escaped back to the sect. If it's just about who came first, I'm afraid he can only be free again." Fellow Taoist Du, do you think we should make a deal? A deal? Perfected Du shook his head slightly. "I don't want to make any deal. I just want to capture John Doe, so that I can complete the task entrusted by others." Kind Sun smiled and said, "If you refused before the war, I could still believe it. But now, I want to ask you, John Doe has the cultivation of the early stage of nascent soul realm and knows the thunder escape technique. Do you think you can easily capture him? If you can't, with John Doe's identity, as long as he escapes and announces this matter to the public, not to mention you, even your sect, will become the target of public criticism, right? Well, there is only one chance for me. One shot." Perfected Du bit his lips slightly and looked at the vines, as if he was thinking about Kind Sun's opinion. In addition, Kind Sun hesitated and probed again, "Think about the person who entrusted you and me. What is their identity? Is it that simple for them to take seriously? If you and I don't work together, I'm afraid there will be a mistake." "But," Perfected Du said again, "after capturing John Doe, do you bring him to Immortal Music Sect? Or to Immortal Ascension Sect?" "Ha," Kind Sun laughed and said, "You're too rigid. Think about it, since you and I are looking for this person, then the person you and I entrusted must know about this matter, and we understand each other. Although you and I don't know the reason for this matter, and we can't predict it, but when we capture John Doe, you and I will send a message to the person you and I entrusted to make a decision. Why are you and I worried about it? It's not a treasure that can be fought for, so what do you and I have to worry about?" Chapter 3039. "Good," Reverend D clapped his hands and said, "Since that's the case, let's make a deal." Shan Xingzi raised his hand without hesitation, and the two clapped their hands to make an oath. Shan Xingzi smiled and said, "Now that guy has returned to the sect and has the sect's protection, it won't be easy for us to make a move. However, I presume that fellow Taoist also has some information in that sect like this old man. Let's wait near his sect. Once that guy leaves the sect, we only need to secretly follow him. Once he's far away from his sect, wouldn't it be easy to capture him together?" "Yes, this is also what this old man is thinking." Reverend Du nodded. "Let's do as fellow Taoist says, we'll go there immediately." "Good." Shan Xingzi agreed. Then, without saying anything else, he turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Reverend Du also turned around. The cultivators on his left and right all avoided him and left the bird's nest in a moment. As for the other cultivators not far from the two, they only saw the two standing there for a moment and then left. No one would have thought that these two were mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. It was even more impossible for them to know what they were discussing. Xiaohua couldn't have known that his crisis was coming. He just anxiously flew to the Myriad Thunder Valley to see what had happened. When he was still far away from the Myriad Thunder Valley, he wanted to release his Buddhist sense, but he was afraid of any mistakes, so he restrained himself and only released his divine sense when he was a few miles away. However, to his surprise, there weren't many Imperial Thunder Sect disciples gathered in the outer valley of the Myriad Thunder Valley. Instead, there were more than 10 Qi refining disciples wandering around, looking more like they were on duty. Who? Those disciples obviously noticed Xiaohua's divine sense and very vigilantly stopped in midair. The leader of the early-stage Foundation establishment Realm disciples even released his divine sense. When they saw that it was Xiaohua who came back, these disciples actually had the same expression as the disciples on duty at the Sky Thunder Peak. Their faces showed a strange expression. "I'm back. Who are you waiting for?" Xiaohua's figure landed and asked coldly. "Disciple is on duty at Gen Thunder Palace." The leading disciple stood in mid-air and led a group of respectful Qi refining disciples to salute. He didn't report his name and said, "I was ordered to patrol the Myriad Thunder Valley to prevent disciples from attacking the valley. Since senior martial brother Xiao is back, please enter the valley." Oh, Xiaohua put away his cold face and squeezed out a smile. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." After he finished speaking, he didn't ask any more questions. He activated his magic power and flew into the Myriad Thunder Valley. Although this place was already the outer valley, it was obvious that Zhen Quan and the others weren't in this cave. They must be hiding in the inner valley. Seeing Xiaohua's thin figure disappear, the leading disciple hurriedly clapped his hands and took out a token. He handed it to a disciple and urged, "Zhenyi, quickly go and report that Xiaohua has returned to the mountain. Send more people over." "Yes, I understand." The aura refining disciple took the token and flew away in a hurry. Alas, the Xiaohua. After the disciple gave the order, he let out a sigh of relief. Since he has already escaped, why can't he stay for a few more days? The whole Imperial Thunder sect is in a mess because of you. Now that you're back, isn't that? After flying for a while, Xiaohua bumped into a few disciples. When these disciples saw Xiaohua, they were all excited and shouted from afar, "Second Martial Uncle, Second Martial Uncle, Second Martial Uncle is back." However, after jumping around for a while, it immediately calmed down and stood respectfully in the air. "Hee hee." Xiaohua laughed when he saw these lively female disciples. He knew that there wasn't much abnormality in the Myriad Thunder Valley, so he stopped. Without waiting for him to speak, Dui Qiming's disciples hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Disciple greets Second Martial Uncle." "Get up." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Are you patrolling?" "Yes, Second Martial Uncle." The one in front was a female disciple named Zhang Wan. She said obediently, "Although there are Gen Thunder Palace's disciples patrolling the outer valley, Master felt that we should show our attitude. Therefore, we formed 4 teams and patrolled the valley every 4 hours. And Xiaohua nodded and asked, "How's the situation these days?" "This." Zhang Wan hesitated slightly and said in a low voice, "Is it all right?" "All right? What's all right?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "There aren't any Foundation building or Golden Core cultivators who came to my Myriad Thunder Valley to make things difficult for you, right?" "No." Zhang Wan said with a smile, after Martial Uncle showed his might and drove away those aura refining disciples, Giant Thunder Palace sent disciples over. Later, Gen Thunder Palace's disciples patrolled the valley every day. Originally, some Foundation building masters came to seek justice for their disciples. However, they were all blocked outside the valley by those disciples and didn't enter. "Senior sister?" Fan Yuming couldn't help but say anxiously, "How could it be as simple as you say?" Although those Foundation building masters who didn't know right from wrong didn't enter the valley, they still gathered outside the valley and clamored for many days. Later, didn't they send out many letters of challenge? There were even a few Golden Core Grandmasters who came outside the valley. If it weren't for Gen Thunder Palace's Grandmaster Gen Qing and Jade Archive Hall's Hall Master coming to persuade them, I'm afraid they really would have charged into Myriad Thunder Valley. "Martial Uncle, you said that they didn't put our Myriad Thunder Valley in their eyes. You risked your life in the great battle of Dao and Sword and fought a bloody battle, but because of a small flaw, they forced you like this. Is there still justice in this?" "Justice?" Xiaohua sneered and muttered to himself in a low voice. "Junior sister." Zhang Wan glared at Fan Yuming and said in a low voice, "Didn't Grandmaster give orders?" Yes. Grandmaster sympathized with Martial Uncle and told him to go to Myriad Thunder Valley to stand guard once he returned. Fan Yuming's temper was also somewhat irritable. At this time, she didn't care about anything and shouted, But is Martial Uncle the kind of person who would hide? Junior sister Fan? Seeing that Fan Yuming still wanted to say something, Zhang Wan pretended to be angry. Seeing that Zhang Wan was angry, Fan Yuming didn't dare to say anything and only muttered to herself. Others couldn't hear anything. Xiao Hua also didn't pursue the matter and asked casually, "Where's your master? Is he in the valley?" "Master?" Zhang Wan was somewhat hesitant. Fan Yuming wanted to rush to say it, but when she opened her mouth, she lowered her head again. At the side, Jin Exen said carefully, "Martial Uncle, Master followed Martial Uncle and the others to Thunder Palace a few days ago and hasn't returned yet." "Martial Uncle and the others?" Xiao Hua's face turned cold and he said indifferently, "What are you waiting for? Tell me the truth." Yes, seeing that Xiao Hua was angry, Zhang Wan trembled and was about to bow in answer when Zhuo Minghui's voice sounded, seemingly tired. "Xiao Hua, don't make things difficult for the children. Come back and talk." "Yes, Master's wife." Xiao Hua immediately retracted his anger and didn't stay any longer, flying towards the cave residence. AI. Seeing that Xiao Hua flew away, Zhang Wan looked at everyone. Although she was younger than Jin Xin and the others, she had more experience, so she had always been the leader of the four. Zhen Xin and the others had the same expression as Zhang Wan, also carrying some worry. "Martial Uncle, you're back too early," Fan Yuming said quickly. "Let's go." Zhang Wan glared at her and was the first to fly away. "Senior sister, Martial Uncle is back. Do we still need to patrol?" Fan Yuming hurriedly chased after them and shouted, "Can't you talk less?" Zhang Wan didn't even look at her and said indifferently. Fan Yuming opened her mouth and sighed at the same time. She didn't want to talk too much, but these days in Myriad Thunder Valley, she had to swallow her anger and humiliation. It wasn't easy to see Xiao Hua who could support them, so Fan Yuming didn't know why she was so talkative. Inside the cave residence, Xiao Hua looked at the slightly deserted surroundings and raised his eyebrows. He looked at Zhuo Minghui and said, "Master's wife, what's going on with senior brother and junior brother Cui?" "Hee, it's actually nothing." Zhuo Minghui's expression didn't change as she said with a smile, "Hongshan and Qiming are originally working in Thunder Palace, even if they aren't in the valley every day. Recently, because there have been many things about you in Thunder Palace, Xiang Yang and Qing Lian were also called over by the palace master. This isn't the first time this has happened, so it's nothing." And Xiao Hua knew that Zhuo Minghui didn't want to make things difficult for him, so he nodded indifferently and looked at the cave residence. Xiang Zhili and Wuqing, who had always been cultivating in Thunder Palace, stayed in Myriad Thunder Valley. Cui Yingying was playing with Wuqing in the cave residence. Zhen Quan and the other disciples were standing nearby listlessly. Where was the excitement they had when he returned to the mountain? Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't have much of a reaction, Zhuo Minghui paused and said, "The Dao Sword War has been going on for more than 10 years. I'm afraid you haven't been cultivating in seclusion all this time, right? Now that your master is in seclusion and hasn't come out, Xiang Yang and Hongshan are in Thunder Palace, so there's no one guarding Myriad Thunder Valley. You better go stand guard there. Disciple must listen to master's orders." Xiao Hua bowed and said, "However, disciple heard that there are some blind foundation establishment disciples who want to challenge disciple. Disciple wants to see which disciples don't want to live anymore." "Xiao Hua." Zhuo Minghui frowned and scolded, "I know you're doing this for the sake of my Myriad Thunder Valley's face, but don't forget that this is my Imperial Thunder sect, not the battlefield of the Dao Sword War. There's no need to talk about life and death as soon as you open your mouth, and there's no need to go to the Thunder Arena for everything." "Hee, disciple understands," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Disciple just wants to see how many tough bones there are in my Imperial Thunder sect that aren't afraid of death." "Godfather?" Xiang Zhili smiled. "Do you really want to see?" Zhuo Minghui scolded Xiang Zhili. "Hee. Xiang Zhili said respectfully, "These are all people who want to challenge Godfather. Boy feels that Godfather should take a look." Zhuo Minghui snorted coldly and said no more. After Xiang Zhili obtained Zhuo Minghui's tacit approval, He clapped his hands and took out several hundred jade slips from his storage pouch. He placed all of them on the jade table and said with a smile, "Godfather, you're now the most popular person in my Imperial Thunder sect. There are actually several hundred or even several thousand Foundation establishment masters who want to challenge you." Boy heard from the disciples of Thunder Palace that this is something that hasn't happened in my Imperial Thunder sect for thousands of years. Chapter 30-40. Xiaohua waved his hand and took the jade slips into his hand. He released his divine sense and looked through them, then said curiously, "Strange, why aren't there any letters of challenge from Thunder Palace? No matter what, you're still a disciple of my Thunder Palace." Zhuo Minghui said indifferently, "Thunder Palace didn't have many disciples that came that day, and it's natural for you to teach them a lesson. Even their teachers didn't dare to say anything. But the other Thunder Palaces can't. Hee, so that's how it is." Xiaohua laughed. "Looks like the disciples of my Thunder Palace aren't a bunch of idiots." "What nonsense!" Zhuo Minghui rebuked. "I didn't allow you to accept these letters of challenge, but others didn't either. That's why I let accept them. Are you really going to accept them one by one?" "Ha, the master's wife. Disciple was just joking with them. How are they worthy of disciple's challenge?" Xiaohua stood up. "If it's not a life and death situation, disciples' methods will only be used against the enemy, not against my own martial brothers." Zhuo Minghui let out a long sigh. She now knew how helpless Xiaohua was back then. How could she not be happy when Xiaohua was so sensible? "Let's go. Foster father has something to tell you." Xiaohua waved at Xiang Zhili and winked. Xiang Zhili was overjoyed. He ignored the letters of challenge on the jade table and jumped out from behind the jade chair with a smile. "Master's wife, disciple is returning to the cave." Xiaohua bid farewell to Zhuo Minghui. "No." Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, "Give Li some pointers on his cultivation. When you weren't here, he talked about it every day." Xiaohua replied, "Disciple won't hide anything." After Xiaohua led the excited Xiang Zhili away, Zhuo Minghui looked at the letters of challenge on the jade table and sighed. She really didn't know how to deal with these letters of challenge. But after sighing, her gaze fell on Wu Qing's indifferent face, and she asked somewhat helplessly, "Wu Qing, mother?" Wu Qing replied. Although his tone was very intimate, it looked like he was talking to an ordinary person. "Your second senior brother?" At this point, Zhuo Minghui didn't seem to know how to express herself. She hesitated a little and said, "He hasn't returned to the Myriad Thunder Valley for more than 10 years. You should be closer to him." "Yes, mother. The boy understands." Wu Qing was still respectful. "The boy is very close to second brother in his heart. Others don't know the closeness in your heart." Zhuo Minghui advised earnestly, "Look at Li. Wu Qing is Wu Qing. It's not the same." Wu Qing remained unmoved and said, "Er's intimacy is not something a boy can learn." Boy felt that a senior martial brother was a senior martial brother. He was different from the other senior martial brothers in Zhen Lei Palace. A boy would also be different from others. As for how senior martial brother sees the boy, or how others see the boy doesn't care. It was rare for Wu Qing to say so much, but Zhuo Minghui was still dissatisfied. However, she couldn't say anything more. On the side, Zhen Quan and the others were envious. They were different from Xiang Zhili and Wu Qing. They couldn't go over their master to get Xiaohua's guidance, but Wu Qing, according to Zhuo Minghui, didn't he want Xiaohua's guidance? Xiaohua's cultivation level was needless to say. That day, his lightning-attracting technique shocked thousands of aura-refining disciples. The spoils of war Xiaohua brought back from the Dao sword battle were envied by these disciples. They were all worried about dying on the battlefield, but this martial uncle of hers actually made a fortune with it. Wasn't Myriad Thunder Valley's current prosperity all because of Xiaohua's spoils of war? If Xiaohua didn't have a special ability, how could he have such a harvest? To be able to get Xiaohua's guidance, these disciples were all looking forward to it. However, Wu Qing didn't care. Seeing that Zhuo Minghui didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. Even when Cui Yingying walked around him, he didn't pay much attention to her. Looking at this son who seemed to be different from the ways of the world, Zhuo Minghui was really helpless. She couldn't help but think of her helplessness when she went into closed-door meditation. Let's wait until he comes out of closed-door meditation. Just as Zhuo Minghui and the others expected, Xiaohua brought Xiang Zhili back to his own Immortal's cave to take a look at the Immortal's cave that hadn't been used much since it was opened. Xiaohua smiled, turned around, and said, "Adoptive father, who cleaned this Immortal's cave?" "He, naturally it's boy." Xiang Zhili said respectfully. Before Zhen Quan and the others came, it was boy who cleaned this place every time he came back to Myriad Thunder Valley. Later, father let Zhen Quan and the others clean, but they were stopped by boy. Adoptive father's Immortal's cave can only be cleaned by boy. Other people, they don't have the qualifications. Ha! Xiaohua laughed and looked at Xiang Zhili, who was beaming with joy, and said, "Adoptive father knows you've worked hard. Today, adoptive father wants to ask you, where did you get this secret technique to conceal your cultivation?" Hee, Xiang Zhili laughed and slapped his forehead. Like a ripple of water, Xiang Zhili's cultivation slowly changed to the late stage of the 11th layer of the qi refining realm. Boy knew that I couldn't hide it from adoptive father. Your father is probably still complaining about adoptive father in his heart, right? Xiaohua said unhappily. "Come here, let adoptive father see." "Yes," Xiang Zhili smiled embarrassedly and walked to Xiaohua's side. Xiaohua pointed his hand, and a strand of quintessential essence passed over. "Give me the secret technique jade slip." Xiaohua said indifferently. "Yes." Xiang Zhili didn't dare to be negligent. He slapped his hand and took out an old jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua closed his eyes. He seemed to be looking at the jade slip, but also seemed to be looking at Xiang Zhili's cultivation realm. He also seemed to be waiting for Xiang Zhili's explanation. However, after waiting for about 5 minutes, Xiang Zhili still didn't say anything. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. That's right. Back then, he didn't tell Xiang Zhili anything. Now, it was normal that Xiang Zhili didn't tell him anything. Xiang Zhili was a bit better. He allowed Xiaohua to check his cultivation. Even now, Xiang Zhili probably didn't know his own cultivation. So Xiaohua opened his mouth again. "Where did you get the secret technique? If you don't want to say, then adoptive father won't let you say. However, adoptive father wants to ask, did someone give it to you?" "Hee, thank you, adoptive father." Xiang Zhili saw that Xiaohua wasn't going to pursue the matter and was overjoyed. "However, adoptive father, please don't worry. Boy, how can you just casually take other people's things? This jade slip is an ownerless item. Actually, being able to conceal one's cultivation is indeed an interesting thing. However, if it's too much, it won't be good. Based on your situation, concealing it to the early stage of the 11th layer of qi refining is enough. Don't forget that when you were young, your aptitude was too outstanding. It was only because your father was involved that he cared too much about you. If other people thought about it, wouldn't they know that you have a secret technique?" Xiaohua said indifferently. "In that case, what's the use of your secret technique?" "Hee boy knows." Xiang Zhili said embarrassedly. When boy first obtained the secret technique, he was too curious and concealed it too much. It's a bit difficult to correct it now. If there's a chance in the future, boy will definitely listen to adoptive father's advice. Xiaohua returned the jade slip to Xiang Zhili and said, "Your jade slip isn't complete, and there are some flaws in the secret technique. Adoptive father has already corrected it for you." Xiang Zhili was overjoyed. When he took the jade slip and looked at it, he was even more overjoyed. He had cultivated this secret technique for many years, so how could he not know the wonders of Xiaohua's correction? Moreover, behind the secret technique, there were even more chants that far exceeded what was recorded in this secret technique. They were some superficial knowledge of Xiaohua's sun-shrouding art. In Xiang Zhili's eyes, these superficial knowledge were incomparably profound. "Many thanks for adoptive father's help." Xiang Zhili carefully put away the jade slip. "And you're welcome." Xiaohua smiled. That day, adoptive father promised you a great divine ability. Later, adoptive father found out that adoptive father was a bit arrogant. With adoptive father's current cultivation, what great divine ability can he have? However, even if he doesn't have a great divine ability, adoptive father still has some minor divine abilities. However, biting off more than you can chew is the right thing to do. Adoptive father didn't dare to teach you too much. Now that adoptive father has returned to the mountain, I'll teach you one first. When your cultivation is successful, it won't be too late to teach you the others. Yes, adoptive father. Jianghu was even more overjoyed. He probed, adoptive father, that lightning attracting technique? Can you teach boy? Lightning attracting technique? Xiaohua frowned. He had previously considered this technique, but recently he had obtained the thunder flashing lightning technique in Misty Mountain. He felt that this lightning attracting technique was inferior and couldn't be considered too powerful. Moreover, Jianghu's cultivation was still shallow. This lightning attracting technique might not be as useful as God's guidance, right? You don't want to consider anything else? Xiaohua seemed to want to change Jianghu's mind. For example, a technique that can strengthen divine sense? Adoptive father has such a secret technique? Jianghu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. How about it? Do you still want to choose the lightning attracting technique? Xiaohua stared straight at Jianghu, waiting for his choice. Hee. Jianghu laughed. Boy wants to learn. I'll listen to adoptive father's arrangements. Hi, you child. Xiaohua laughed. Jianghu's greed was very similar to his. If he wasn't too greedy, how could he have his current cultivation? Forget it. Let adoptive father think about it. Xiaohua laughed and closed his eyes to think. In just half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua waved his left hand. Jianghu felt the world spin in front of his eyes as he heard Xiaohua's thunderous voice. Go to sleep. When you wake up, adoptive father will fulfill your wish. Jianghu's body tensed up. His vision turned black and he immediately lost consciousness. Xiaohua waved his hand and Jianghu's body lay flat in the air. Xiaohua pointed his hand at Jianghu's dantian. After a moment, he waved his hand again and took out the few remaining cores of the male and female lightning beasts from the space. Zilala! Several streaks of lightning appeared between the two cores. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment, then formed a seal and hit the cores. The two cores split into tiny lightning cores that were smaller than a pinky finger. Sizzle! Following the cracking of these lightning cores, strands of lightning were born from these lightning cores. Chapter 3041. Xiaohua looks at Jianghu, whose eyes are closed, and says to himself, was born from a lightning beast's inner core. His physique or bloodline should have a lightning beast attribute. Although the lightning beast's inner core is small, it should be able to nourish and grow after being sealed in his body. Moreover, when Li has the ability to break the seal, the male and female lightning beast's inner cores will have been nourished by Li's bloodline and will be able to be controlled. At that time, the lightning attracting technique's incantation will be easy and won't take much effort. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's hand seals one by one, extremely similar to the technique used to refine pills. After an hour, Xiaohua grabs his hand and presses it towards Jianghu's lower dantian. When Jianghu opens his eyes again, he looks at Xiaohua's smiling expression and then at his own hands. He mobilizes the true qi in his body and circulates it in his meridians, but he doesn't find anything special. Adoptive father, Jianghu looks at Xiaohua tentatively. The lightning attracting technique is no small matter. It's definitely not something you can control with your current cultivation. Xiaohua says indifferently, adoptive father has already done something to your body. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you'll be able to control the lightning attracting technique. Saying this, he waves his hand again and two jade slips fly in front of Jianghu. One of them is the lightning attracting technique's incantation, and the other is God's guidance, which is a technique to strengthen divine sense. You can comprehend it yourself. If you have any difficulties, come and ask me. Yes, many thanks for adoptive father's kindness. Jianghu hurriedly bows. Although he doesn't seem to have any changes and he himself doesn't know what changes have occurred in his body, he is clear in his heart that adoptive father has already paved a cultivation path for him. Moreover, this path will also improve as adoptive father's realm increases until it reaches the heavens. You can go. Xiaohua waves his hand. Call Wuqing over as well. He boy knows. Xiang Zhili doesn't show any jealousy. Instead, he is happy. Boy still wants to talk to adoptive father. Although junior martial uncle's aptitude is very good, but, in terms of strength, he is far inferior to boy. Since adoptive father has the heart, boy won't mention it. And as long as you have the heart, Xiaohua nods. You are all disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley. Now and in the future, you have to support each other. Whatever foster father taught you, you can secretly pass it on to Wuqing. As for your own opportunities, foster father won't ask, so you don't have to tell Wuqing. Boy understands. He Zhili's, Xiang Zhili's, but without Zhao's permission, he are to teach to pass it. But he do. Without Xiao, he didn't without Xiao's permission. Xiao Hua to him is. TT. To him, to be filled, and to be filleds, and him, to the s's, to be close to be filled is to be filled, to be close closes is to be close to be to s to be made and s to be s is him. To be in. He. Not long after, Wuqing arrived. He was still as indifferent as before. He bowed and greeted second senior brother, then stood there quietly. Looking at Wuqing's calmness, Xiaohua sighed. Everyone is different. This is predestined at birth and cannot be changed in the future. Looking at Xiang Zhili's performance and Wuqing's, Xiaohua has some doubts. He couldn't help but ask, Wuqing asked you to come, did he say anything to you? He did. Wuqing looked at Xiaohua and replied, he said second senior brother is going to teach me a great divine ability. Xiaohua was speechless. He couldn't ask Wuqing why he wasn't excited, could he? And did he tell you what it is? Xiaohua could only ask. One is a divine sense strengthening technique, one is a meridian strengthening technique, and the last is the lightning attraction technique. Wuqing's expression was still calm. However, he also said that I have to keep it a secret. Other than him and second senior brother, I can't tell anyone. If your father and mother ask, will you tell them? Xiaohua asked again, admiring Wuqing's calmness. I won't. Wuqing answered resolutely. Seeing Wuqing's resolute answer, Xiaohua hesitated. He thought for a moment and waved his hand. Fine, you are different from Li. You don't have to hide it from master and master's wife. No need. Wuqing shook his head. If Li can do it, so can I. Do as you wish. Xiaohua looked at Wuqing's tightly shut lips and didn't say anything more. He continued to use the heaven and earth sleeve technique. When Wuqing woke up, Xiaohua gave the jade slip to Wuqing and warned, if you don't understand the techniques in these 3 jade slips, you can come and ask. If I'm not in the valley, you can also compare notes with Li. However, each person's own comprehension is always stronger than others' guidance. Yes, I know. Wuqing took the jade slip and didn't look at it. He still stood there. All right, you can go now. Calling over. Xiaohua waved his hand. He had also decided that since he would treat everyone equally, he might as well let the 3 children fight together to avoid future troubles. Yes, Wuqing answered and turned to leave. He only stopped when he reached the entrance of the cave. He turned again and bowed. Thank you, second senior brother. No need to be polite. Xiaohua smiled and nodded slightly. He originally thought that the extremely shy Cui Yingying wouldn't come easily, but he didn't expect that in just a moment, Wuqing would actually bring Cui Yingying over. As usual, Cui Yingying pulled Wuqing's hand and hid behind him in extreme fear. Moreover, from time to time, she would turn her head to look outside the cave. Ai, this child. Xiaohua swept with his Buddhist awareness and naturally knew that Dui Qimeng was guarding outside the door. However, she couldn't hide the joy on her face and didn't dare to take half a step into the cave. Second senior brother? Wuqing pulled Cui Yingying to Xiaohua and bowed. Good, Xiaohua nodded and covered with his hand again. Cui Yingying closed her eyes and her small body flew into the air. Little brother will take his leave. Wu Qing saw this and turned to leave. However, Xiaohua spoke. Yingying is still young. In the future, if I'm not in the valley, you and Li will have to teach her if she has any questions. Do you understand? Yes, little brother understands. Little brother will tell Xiang Zhili what second senior brother said. Wu Qing nodded and slowly walked out of the cave. After half a day, when Cui Yingying opened her eyes and saw that Wu Qing was no longer there was only an unfamiliar Xiaohua in front of her. Her small mouth flattened, and with a cry, she ran away from Xiaohua without hesitation and rushed out of the cave. Xiaohua bitterly smiled, his figure fluttering behind her. Who would have thought that it would have been better if he didn't leave? Although Cui Yingying didn't turn her head, she still sensed him and walked even faster. After leaving the cave, Cui Yingying immediately jumped onto Dui Qiming, who was also worried about her beloved daughter. She tightly hugged her mother's neck and fearfully twisted her tearful face to look at the smiling, strange martial uncle. "You child, you're really useless," Dui Qiming angrily shouted. "Your second martial uncle is doing this for your own good." Then, Dui Qiming turned to Xiaohua and said, "Second senior brother, this child has little experience and is very afraid of people. Please don't take offense." It's fine." Xiaohua waved his hand. "Although Yingying hasn't seen much, she's the same as Li. I won't treat her unfairly. In the future, I will personally teach her cultivation. In addition, I've already warned Li and Wu Qing that if I go out to gain experience and am not in the valley, Yingying can ask the two of them if she has any questions." With Yingying in second senior brother's hands, this concubine can rest assured. Dui Qiming hurriedly bowed. "This concubine thanks second senior brother. Get up," Xiaohua said with a smile. "I can't teach you basic cultivation techniques, but I do have some unique divine abilities. If you don't mind, I can also pick some suitable ones to teach you." "Ah? Was that true? Then I'll have to thank second senior brother again." Dui Qiming was very clear about Xiaohua's divine abilities. Now that she saw Xiaohua agree, she was naturally wild with joy. "And let's talk about this later." Xiaohua waved his hand and asked again, "You all came back from the Thunderquake Palace. How was the situation?" When this matter was mentioned, Dui Qiming's expression became somewhat unsightly. She said in a low voice, "Second senior brother's method of intimidating the aura refining disciples that day was extremely good. Almost all the aura refining disciples didn't dare to cause trouble again. However, they were humiliated and angry. You also saw that there were several hundred letters of challenge. Now that I heard that second senior brother has returned, there are actually some foundation building senior brothers blocking the valley's entrance, wanting to fight with second senior brother." "Are they crazy?" Xiaohua was stunned. "Do they think they're better than Qinjian? Don't tell me they don't know that what I said that day was really serious." Dui Qiming smiled bitterly. She looked at the puzzled Xiaohua and said, "Second senior brother, you still underestimate people's greed and jealousy. Not to mention what you said that day, even if you didn't say it. As soon as this Dao sword battle ended, there would definitely be a lot of disciples coming to compare notes with you. Can you not agree to it? If you don't agree, they'll say that you don't dare to accept the challenge and that your achievements are fake. But if you agree and accept the challenge, if you lose, they'll naturally say, 'Look, the meritorious contributor's cultivation base is only SOSO. If I went to the Dao sword battle, I would definitely have more achievements. But what if you win?' They'll say, 'What's so great about that? Since he could kill Qinjian, his cultivation base must be high. It's nothing if I lose to him.' This is too shameless, right?" Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "That's not all." Dui Qiming sneered. When second senior brother wasn't in the myriad Thunder Valley, when eldest senior brother and Hong Shun saw the letters of challenge, they also expressed that they could accept the challenge on second senior brother's behalf. But they didn't agree, so what do you think they meant? Their letters of challenge directly stated that it was second senior brother. Chapter 3042. Xiaohua's heart warmed when he heard that Xiang Yang and Cui Hongshan intended to fight on his behalf. He then asked, "Did any of these disciples go to Sky Patrol City with us?" Disciples who have been on the battlefield definitely won't be like this. Dui Qiming continued, they know the cruelty of the battlefield. Even their disciples won't be so impulsive. Only those who haven't been on the battlefield and have the advantage of not having to experience life and death would be like this. And I understand. Xiao Hua knew that he was still lacking compared to Dui Qiming and Cui Hongshan in terms of social conduct. He nodded and asked, eldest senior brother and junior brother Cui have returned, right? Yes, they're with master's wife now. Dui Qiming replied. Xiao Hua nodded and said, all right, let's go. I'll listen to your opinions. Inside the cave, the younger disciples had already left. The situation outside the valley was obviously tense. Only Xiang Yang and the others were sitting on jade chairs with frowns. Seeing Xiao Hua enter, several people forced smiles, especially Cui Hongshan. He received Dui Qiming's signal and respectfully thanked Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua nodded to indicate that there was no need to be polite. He then looked at Zhua Minghui and said, Master's wife, this disciple really didn't expect that the Dao Sword War would have such a huge impact on our myriad Thunder Valley. AI, Xiao Hua, don't talk about you. This old one is also surprised. Zhua Minghui was also vexed. Previously, this old one felt wronged when we weren't welcomed in myriad Thunder Valley. Now that myriad Thunder Valley is the focus of attention, this old one remembers the peace of the past. It would have been better if no one had paid attention to it in the past, instead of getting caught up in this nonsense. Especially your battle achievements. Before you didn't have any battle achievements, this old one felt that it would be good if you could return safely. However, after obtaining battle achievements, this old one felt that you would be the meritorious subjects of my Imperial Thunder Sect in the future. Whether it's my myriad Thunder Valley or you would receive more respect in the Thunderous Palace and even in the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, I didn't expect that, instead of receiving respect, you would receive so much filth. Actually, no matter what I say, Cui Hongshan said with a smile, my myriad Thunder Valley's foundation is still too weak. If we develop for a few more years and second senior brother recruits a dozen more foundation-building disciples, who would dare to challenge my myriad Thunder Valley? This situation? I'm afraid it's similar to the situation of my Imperial Thunder Sect in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms, right? Xiao Hua's heart stirred and he spoke again. That's right. Xiang Yang rarely spoke. The current situation has developed beyond our control. Master's wife, in this disciple's opinion, we can only wait for Master to come out of seclusion before making a decision. He, eldest senior brother? Xiao Hua laughed. Do you think that the face of two Azoth core cultivators can make them stop? Do you want Master to face such a terrible situation as soon as he comes out of seclusion? If that was the case, wouldn't Master scold little brother to death? You know Master's temper. Xiang Yang smiled bitterly. That's right. If the faces of the two golden core cultivators were of no use, what else could the myriad Thunder Valley have? Has second senior brother made a decision? Dui Qiming looked at Yan Qinglian, and the two of them exchanged glances before asking. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Since it was this Xiao who said it that day, then this Xiao will naturally deal with it. Second junior brother. Xiang Yang immediately disagreed. You won too much honor for our myriad Thunder Valley in the Dao Sword Great Battle. There's no reason for you to return to the myriad Thunder Valley and accept the challenge. This matter, let me and little junior brother accept the challenge together. Eldest senior brother, this little brother naturally has arrangements for this matter. Don't worry. As Xiao Hua spoke, he raised his head and urged his magic power to call out. Not long after, Xiang Zhili happily flew in and bowed in greeting. Take this jade table and the challenge jade slip to the outer valley. Xiao Hua pointed with his hand and said, foster father, you're finally going to make a move? Xiang Zhili was overjoyed. Let's see if they still dare to challenge after killing one or two of them. Boy doesn't believe that. They're not afraid of dying. Xiang Yang scolded. They're all disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. How can you casually kill them? Father, That's the Thunder Arena, regardless of life or death. Xiang Zhili cried out exaggeratedly. What kind of face have they had these days? If they don't kill a few of them, how can they stop? Looking at Xiang Yang, Xiao Hua said coldly, "That's right. This Xiao said that if they're not afraid of death, then come. Since they've come, then this Xiao will kill one or two of them. Let's see if they still dare to. If they dare, then this Xiao will kill again. Left and right Thunder Arena, regardless of life or death." Second senior brother. Hearing this, Cui Hongshan's hair stood on end. He hurriedly advised, "This little brother feels that it's best to stop before going too far. After all, they're all disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Don't say any more." If they still had feelings for the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples in their eyes, they wouldn't have forced us like this. Xiao Hua waved his hand indifferently. Besides, others may not know, but how can you not know? This Xiao's methods all want to kill. If they insist on attacking, this Xiao doesn't know how to keep their lives. Let's go. Only Xiang Zhili wasn't afraid of making a big fuss. He took the jade table and several hundred jade slips and flew out of the valley. By the time Xiao Hua arrived at the valley with Cui Hongshan and the others, Xiang Zhili had already placed the jade table and jade slips outside the Immortal's cave. Moreover, more than a dozen disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect on duty had already surrounded them. Similarly, more than a dozen disciples were holding jade slips in their hands and standing in the air a little further away. "Senior brother Cui, what are you doing?" The leader of the disciples on duty was a foundation-building disciple who was obviously familiar with Cui Hongshan. Seeing them flying over, he hurriedly asked, "Junior brother Jen?" Cui Hongshan smiled bitterly. He pointed at the jade slips and the aura-refining disciples in the air and said, "They're all here to challenge my second senior brother. Previously, my second senior brother wasn't here. Now that he's back, he naturally has to fight them. My second senior brother isn't even afraid of facing a cruel sword cultivator, so why should he be afraid of others?" Sigh. That disciple stamped his feet in the air and shook his head vigorously. However, when he saw Xiao Hua's cold expression, he didn't know what to say. Xiao Hua didn't say much. Looking at the dozen disciples, he asked, "Are you here to deliver the letter of challenge?" Those dozen disciples hesitated for a moment. Almost at the same time, they respectfully saluted and answered, "Yes." "And put it inside," Xiao Hua said indifferently, "then wait on the side." The dozen disciples placed the jade slips on the jade table and obediently stood on the side. "Wuching," Xiao Hua said with a smile, "pick one from inside." "Yes, foster father." Wuching stretched out his hand, took one out from inside, and respectfully handed it over. "Good." Xiao Hua took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He said loudly, "Qian Yuhe from the Imperial Thunder Sect. So you're a senior brother from the Imperial Thunder Sect. That's really great." Then, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Jen." "I don't dare." Junior brother's name is Zhen Jian. I wonder if senior brother Xiao Hua has any instructions. Zhen Jian hurriedly returned the salute. Xiao Hua handed the jade slip to Zhen Jian and said, "I'll have to trouble junior brother Zhen to bring this jade slip to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Tomorrow at noon, I'll personally go to the Imperial Thunder Sect. There's no need to ask my Thunder Sect's Reverend Lei Meng to be the witness. Anyone can do it. I want to challenge this Qian Yuhe at the Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Field. Moreover, my myriad Thunder Valley will randomly pick one of these jade slips every night and ask junior brother Jen to deliver it. Until I've finished all the challenges." Xiao Hua said each word clearly. After he finished speaking, he threw the jade slip to Zhen Jian and turned around to fly back to the myriad Thunder Valley. Looking at the jade slip in front of him, Zhen Jian smiled bitterly and looked at Cui Hongshan for help. "Junior brother Zhen, do as senior brother Xiao says." Cui Hongshan sighed, "If you don't seek death, you won't die. Since someone is seeking death, we can only let him die." "It can't be, right?" Zhen Jian shouted, "It's for real?" The complexions of the dozen or so aura-refining disciples also changed. They glanced at each other and hurriedly left. Xiaohua returned to his Immortal's cave to meditate. The myriad Thunder Valley became quiet, but the entire Imperial Thunder sect was boiling over. Night was originally for ordinary people, and cultivators didn't care about it. However, during the night, cultivators would usually rest or meditate as usual and wouldn't be too active. Tonight, however, Xiaohua's words and the news of him accepting the challenge from the Heavenly Thunder Palace's foundation-building disciples had completely disrupted this night. There were many disciples in the Imperial Thunder sect, and aura-refining disciples and foundation-building disciples even accounted for the majority. Xiaohua's lightning strike of several thousand aura-refining disciples had already offended the majority of this majority. Now, he was even risking universal condemnation to compete with the foundation-building disciples and directly accepting the challenge from more than 1,000 foundation-building disciples. It was truly like a meteor rushing into a rushing river. Although the river was vast and turbulent, the meteor was also fierce and courageous. When the meteor fell into the river, the waves would rise for thousands of feet. Would the river drown the meteor, or would the meteor break the river flow? This was the question that countless disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were eagerly waiting for. Indeed, the rise of the myriad Thunder Valley was really too sudden. Before the great battle between Dao and Sword, they were completely unknown. Although the myriad Thunder Valley used to be an important place of the Imperial Thunder sect, it had already been forgotten. Unfortunately, although they were late-stage foundation-building cultivators, they were clumsy with words. The myriad Thunder Valley didn't have many descendants, and their only disciple, Xiangyang, was often the laughingstock of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. There was also Xiaohua. Although he was famous for a while during the Feather Immortal Assembly and almost everyone saw his outstanding talent, he still failed to enter the foundation-building realm. Xiao He, who was standing there, was immediately drowned by the huge waves and no one could see her again. However, after the great battle between Dao and Sword, everything was completely different. Not to mention that Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng were members of the Imperial Thunder sect's first small team, and Cui Hongshan was even the captain who made the greatest contribution to the Imperial Thunder sect. Not to mention that Xiang Zhili came out of nowhere and had amazing aptitude. Not to mention that under the management of Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng, the myriad Thunder Valley had more and more disciples and Cui Hongshan's position in the Heavenly Thunder Palace gradually rose. Just Xiaohua, this person who streaked across the sky like a comet after the great battle between Dao and Sword, was enough to change the myriad Thunder Valley. Chapter 3043. When the people of the Imperial Thunder sect noticed Xiaohua's battle achievements, they naturally turned their gazes toward Xiaohua's process of entering the Imperial Thunder sect and his growth in the sect. They naturally discovered Xiaohua's hidden fangs, such as his abnormality in the disciple selection and his fame in the Feather Immortal Assembly. However, these weren't enough to prove anything, and they didn't care too much about it, just like the reactions of the many nascent soul masters in the Great Thunder Hall. Because in a large sect like the Imperial Thunder sect, a cultivator like Xiaohua would appear almost every 10 years. Even if Xiaohua's battle achievements surpassed Li Zongbao's, it probably wouldn't attract more attention. After all, as Dui Qimeng said, in every great battle, there would inevitably be disciples who would stand out, and after every great battle, there would definitely be more foundation establishment disciples who would come to ask for advice from these outstanding disciples. In the end, these friendly and malicious exchanges would smooth out the edges of these disciples. What really attracted the attention of all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect was the change in Xiaohua's attitude. Whether it was Xiaohua's outstanding results in entering the Imperial Thunder sect or his miraculous performance in the Feather Immortal Assembly, Xiaohua didn't seem to have any intention of showing off. But after the great battle, when Xiaohua returned to the myriad Thunder Valley for the first time, he changed. That day, when facing thousands of aura-refining disciples, Xiaohua actually dared to trigger heavenly lightning and even used soul stab. While intimidating the aura-refining disciples, he also attacked the foundation establishment disciples. There had never been a foundation establishment disciple who dared to do so, and there had never been a meritorious member of the Imperial Thunder sect who dared to do so. Perhaps the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace had such capital, Or perhaps the disciples of the earthly Thunder Palace dared to have such thoughts, but there would never be a thunderous Thunder Palace disciple who dared to have such thoughts, even if he was a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Not to mention that the myriad Thunder Valley was merely an inconspicuous location of the thunderous Thunder Palace, and Xiaohua was merely a mid-Foundation establishment disciple. Therefore, night came, and so did the climax of the 8 great Thunder Palaces. There were even more Thunder Note talismans flying around than during the day. The disciples who were normally in seclusion all came out of seclusion. Everyone was discussing with each other, and their faces were in high spirits. It was 10 times more exciting than when they learned that Xiaohua had made a great contribution in the great battle of Dao and Sword. In this world, there were far more people who wanted to see you make a fool of than those who wanted to see you succeed. Even in the Thunder Immortal Peak's Great Thunder Palace, the 7 lofty palace masters of the 7 great Thunder Palaces, as well as the numerous palace masters of the various Thunder Palaces, each with a different expression, are looking at the palace guard who is reading the message Jade Slip. His expression was one of schadenfreude, one of shock, one of pity, and one of contemplation. Slap. Fairy Xianhua slapped her own thigh. Her expression was different from everyone else's. It was extreme anger. This frightened the palace guard who was reciting the message to immediately shut his mouth and looked at Fairy Xianhua who was sitting on the praying mat with some fear. Fairy Xianhua waved her hand and said, "There's no need to read it. You may leave." After the palace guard had quietly left the Great Lightning Palace, Fairy Xianhua coldly glanced at her surroundings before her gaze landed on the expressionless face of Reverend Lei Tan. Unfortunately, Lei Meng Daoist did not seem to be aware of it. Even after Fairy Xianhua stared at him for half a cup of tea's time, he still did not raise his head. "Junior brother Lightning Meng," Fairy Xianhua helplessly called out, "Your Thunder Palace's disciple wants you to be the witness? Didn't you hear?" Thunder Meng Daoist's eyebrows did not move as he indifferently replied, "He's just a mid-Foundation establishment disciple. What qualifications does he have to make I be the witness?" "Then you don't plan to interfere?" Fairy Xianhua asked again. "Interfere?" This time, Thunder Meng Daoist raised his head and asked curiously, "A Foundation establishment disciple from the 7 great lightning palaces challenged my Thunder Palace's disciple. Senior Sister Xianhua, who do you want me to interfere? Order Xiaohua? Don't let Xiaohua accept the challenge? Senior Sister Xianhua, why don't you let the 7 great lightning palaces disciple withdraw the challenge?" If not for Xiaohua's arrogance, daring to strike thousands of qi refining disciples with lightning, who would challenge a meritorious subject like him? Fairy Xianhua angrily said. However, when the word meritorious official was mentioned, Fairy Xianhua's anger flared up again. She was practically flustered and exasperated as she cursed, "This Xiaohua truly deserves to die. Why doesn't he look at the big picture? Why doesn't he have the consciousness to share the burden of our Yuanying masters? Why doesn't he have the slightest bit of responsibility? Why does he hold on to his meritorious service in the Dao Sword War so tightly, not willing to let go at all? I'm only temporarily letting him bear some responsibility. Didn't I say it clearly in the decree? There's no punishment. Everything can wait until Sect Master comes out of seclusion. When the time comes, won't everything be over with a word from Sect Master? Moreover, when Qian Qinghua's matter is announced, won't he have another meritorious service? Won't I also take advantage of the situation to erase his mistakes? I'm doing this for his own good, in order to better temper him. Why doesn't he understand my painstaking efforts? Why can't he enter seclusion in myriad Thunder Valley? If he enters seclusion like that helplessly for 10 years, won't everything be over?" It was rare for Fairy Xianhua to lose her temper like this. Although she was talking about Xiaohua, her eyes were staring at Thunder Meng Daoist, clearly blaming him for not dealing with Xiaohua. But after Thunder Meng Daoist raised his head and said a few words, he immediately lowered his head, pretending not to have seen anything. This made Fairy Xianhua even more furious. Unfortunately, a Yuanying cultivator like Fairy Xianhua, who was also the palace master of Heavenly Thunder Palace, had forgotten that the root of all this, wasn't it them who inverted right and wrong, confusing black and white, and saying that Xiao Hua's meritorious service was a mistake? Since that was the case, why should Xiao Hua endure such humiliation? Why should Xiao Hua hide in Myriad Thunder Valley and not come out? Why should they say that forbearance is for the big picture? The ones who should bear responsibility should be these high and mighty Yuanine cultivators, right? Xiao Hua is a rogue cultivator who just entered Imperial Thunder Sect and has just entered Foundation Establishment. My Thunderclap Palace didn't have time to properly teach him before he was sent to the Dao Sword War. He doesn't have a big picture, that's normal. Thunder Meng Daoist suddenly raised his head, causing Fairy Xian Hua to be stunned. At the side, Zhen Yunzi's expression slightly changed. Obviously, Thunder Meng Daoist was hinting that the Thunder Palace's teaching was not strict enough. Thus, Zhen Yunzi said indifferently, according to what this old man knows, Xiao Hua was not taught in my Thunder Palace when he entered Imperial Thunder Sect. He was sent to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. Even if my Thunder Palace wanted to, we were powerless. Forget it. Fairy Xian Hua waved her hand and said, it's just a few Foundation Establishment disciples who are causing trouble. Let them fight. This old woman wants to see how many Xiao Hua can kill. Immediately, Fairy Xian Hua raised her head again and said angrily, now that Heaven Patrol City has been surrounded by my Dao Sect's cultivators, I'm afraid that even if the sword cultivator has wings, it will be hard for him to escape. If it was a normal situation, my Dao Sect would have already won. But now, tens of thousands of my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples have fallen into Heaven Patrol City. In the end, I'm afraid that they will become hostages. Even, this old woman has a premonition. Shanghua Sect's Sun Yunzi and the others will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Although they won't openly force the sword cultivator to death, the outcome will definitely be disastrous. The sword cultivator won't be able to defend Heaven Patrol City and will suffer great losses. My Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain's disciples will all be slaughtered in Heaven Patrol City. At such a critical moment, how can Xiao Hua be so ignorant of the big picture? Unexpectedly, Fairy Xian Hua mentioned Xiao Hua again. Thunder Meng Daoist's eyebrows twitched and he almost spoke again. However, he glanced at the empty palace and sighed in his heart. Great Thunder Palace was originally in contact with Reverend Miyu who was in the war. However, after they entered Heaven Patrol City, the sword cultivator rarely harassed Heaven Patrol City. Thus, Great Thunder Palace ignored it and often did not contact Reverend Miyu for dozens of days. Reverend Miyu also did not report the situation of the war. Or rather, Reverend Miyu herself did not know much about the situation of the war and had to rely on other disciples to report back. Even the news of the fall of Heaven Patrol City was reported by other disciples. Great Thunder Palace then hurriedly tried to contact Reverend Miyu but to no avail. Great Thunder Palace naturally had contact with Sun Yunzi and the others. Unfortunately, as the war intensified, especially when Heaven Patrol City was besieged, Sun Yunzi mostly ignored the Imperial Thunder Sect's contact. Now that the Imperial Thunder Sect had lost contact with Sun Yunzi, they naturally lost control of the situation in Heaven Patrol City and had to obtain a lot of information from other places. Fairy Xian Hua could not do anything to Sun Yunzi. She could not get the news of Heaven Patrol City and the tens of thousands of disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. How could she not be angry when she encountered the Imperial Thunder Sect's troublesome matters? However, Thunder Meng Daoist was also clear that most of the Foundation Establishment disciples who challenged him were from Qian Thunder Palace and Earth Thunder Palace. Although there were some from other Thunder Palaces, they were all instigated by some people to join in the fun. Thunder Meng Daoist was even more clear that although the 8 great Thunder Palaces each had their own system, which seemed to disperse the power of the sect leader and reduce the work of the sect leader, the 8 great Thunder Palaces each had their own way of doing things, which led to internal strife. The Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Earth Thunder Palace had always been the leaders, suppressing the disciples of the other 6 great Thunder Palaces. These Foundation Establishment disciples who challenged were mostly ordered by the palace masters of the 2 great Thunder Palaces. Sure enough, Fairy Xian Hua opened her mouth and said angrily, "Palace Guard, when did the latest news from Heaven Patrol City come? Don't you have the latest news?" "Palace Master?" A late Foundation establishment disciple hurried in and answered with a bow. The latest news from Heaven Patrol City was received the day before yesterday morning. Our Dao sect disciples are still setting up a formation. It seems to be a very powerful formation, but the participating disciples do not know what kind of formation it is. They are afraid that the news will leak out, so the sword cultivators have taken precautions. If there are no accidents, the latest news should be sent back in 2 hours. Humph, report immediately if you have any news. Fairy Xianhua snorted coldly, obviously extremely dissatisfied. She waved her hand and motioned for the disciple to leave. Chapter 3044. Senior Sister Xianhua. Zhen Yunzi said in a low voice, setting up the array is not something that can be done in a day. Even if the latest battle report comes in, it will still be the same. There won't be anything that we want. Unless the formation succeeds or fails, there won't be any new news. In short, no matter if it's a victory or a defeat, it's not something we want to see. Fairy Yao Feng of Distant Thunder Palace sighed. Apart from waiting, there's nothing else we can do. For a moment, the entire Great Thunder Palace fell into its usual silence. Jianghu. Suddenly, Thunder Meng Immortal spoke. Disciple is here. Among the dozen or so palace masters on duty, Jianghu, the palace master of 100 Refining Palace, was taken aback and hurriedly bowed. You don't have to come to Great Thunder Palace tomorrow. Go to the Thunder Arena. Thunder Meng Daoist says indifferently, Xiaohua has already asked this old man to be the witness. Although this old man cannot go, but I cannot let others bully my Thunder Palace's disciples. If you go and be the witness, you can also report the situation to us. Of course, the most important thing is to not let this matter blow up. Yes, disciple understands. Zhen Heyu bowed and retreated to the back. Qianfengju, Fairy Xianhua glanced at Thunder Meng Immortal and said, You're the palace master of Heavenly Thunder Palace's Heavenly Thunder Palace and in charge of fights. This Thunder Arena is also your responsibility. You should go and take a look. I'd like to see how many disciples Xiaohua can kill. Yes, a late gold core disciple hurriedly bowed, but there was some disapproval on his face. It's the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' right to go to the Thunder Arena, but we can't let them do whatever they want. We can't let them make a big deal out of it, especially, now is a critical time. Don't kill too many people. Fairy Xianhua added. Disciple understands. Qianfengju naturally nodded. A battle on the Thunder Arena had attracted so much attention before it even started. This was probably the first time something like this had happened since the Imperial Thunder Sect was founded. The next day, in front of the Cosmos Thunder Palace's Temple of Life and Death, Zhuo Minghui and the others, who were led by the Cosmos Thunder Palace's disciples who wore respectful expressions but whose eyes were filled with unconcealable disdain, were stunned by the scene before them. Xiaohua had previously entered the Temple of Life and Death of the Thunder Palace. He also knew that the majority of the deacons in the Temple of Life and Death were in the middle or late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Ordinary disputes between disciples only required this deacon to step forward and open the Temple of Life and Death. Only disputes between Jindan stage disciples could possibly alarm the higher-level Jindan stage cultivators. Of course, just one Jindan stage cultivator of this level was more than enough. But now, in front of the triangular view of life and death that was completely different from Thunderclap Palace's view of life and death, there were actually 4 Jindan stage masters. Furthermore, to the left of these 4 core formation masters, there were also over a dozen late-stage Foundation establishment disciples. Unfortunately, although there were many core formation masters, other than Zhen Qing, who was standing at the very end, Xiaohua didn't recognize any of the 3 core formation masters and the dozen or so late-stage Foundation establishment disciples. Zhuo Minghui, who was at the very front, didn't dare to be negligent. She took a few steps forward and bowed in greeting. Disciple Zhuo Minghui greets Senior Martial Brother Heyu and Senior Martial Brother Zhen Qing. Greetings to the 2 Senior Martial Brothers. That's right, even Zhuo Minghui didn't seem to recognize the other 2 Jindan stage masters. Hee, Junior Martial Sister Minghui, you don't need to be so courteous. Xiaohua, you and the others also get up. Zhen Hiu raised his hand and said with a smile, "Come, Minghui, this old man will introduce you to the two senior martial brothers of Heavenly Thunder Palace." "Yes," Zhuo Minghui hurriedly nodded. "This is Qian Fengju, the Hall Master of Heavenly Thunder Palace's Hall Master of Diligent Thunder Hall. He's in charge of our Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Arena. Now, Senior Martial Brother Qian has received orders from Fairy Xianhua of Great Thunder Palace to come and judge this life and death battle." Zhen Hiu pointed at the late-stage Jindan stage cultivator and said, "Greetings to Hall Master Qian." Hearing that it was the Hall Master of Heavenly Thunder Palace, Zhuo Minghui was even more shocked. She hurriedly bowed again. Behind her, Xiang Yang, Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan also respectfully bowed. "This is Senior Martial Brother Qian Pingming of Heavenly Thunder Palace. He was invited by martial nephew Qian Yuhe to be the judge." Zhen Hiu pointed at the other middle-stage Jindan stage cultivator and introduced him. Although Zhuo Minghui and the others were respectful towards Qian Pingming, it was only towards senior martial brothers and Jindan stage cultivators. It couldn't compare to Qian Fengju. However, Qian Pingming didn't mind. He politely bowed and stood behind Qian Fengju again. In the end, Zhen Hiu said to Xiao Hua with a smile, "Xiao Hua, I presume you still don't know who this old man is?" "That's right. Senior Martial Uncle Zhen. This disciple didn't go to Heavenly Thunder Palace much after entering the Imperial Thunder Sect. Then I went to the training and the Battle of Dao Sword. As for the teachers of Heavenly Thunder Palace, I really don't know many of them." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "It was because of the Feather Immortal Assembly that this disciple met Senior Martial Uncle Zhen Qing." He, Zhen Hiu looked at Zhen Qing and laughed. "It seems that this old man isn't as famous as the teachers of Heavenly Thunder Palace." "Senior Martial Brother Zhen, you must be joking." Zhen Qing also laughed. "Xiao Hua has been in Heavenly Thunder Palace ever since he entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. To be honest, I think that Xiao Hua is more suitable to be a disciple of Heavenly Thunder Palace." "Junior Martial Brother Zhen is the one joking." Zhen Hiu waved his hand. How could Thunder Mengzhenren let go of such an outstanding disciple like Xiao Hua? Then, Zhen Hiu said to Xiao Hua, "Xiao Hua, this old man is the Hall Master of 100 Refinements Palace, Zhen Hiu. I'm here on the orders of Thunder Mengzhenren to be your judge." "Thank you, Senior Martial Uncle Zhen." "Thank you, Senior Martial Uncle Zhen." Panic appeared on Xiao Hua's face. This junior was just joking. I didn't expect that martial ancestor really heard it. He, it's not just the palace master who heard it. Zhen Hiu laughed mischievously. The other 5 palace masters also heard it. Otherwise, how could this old man be standing here? "Oh, then this is troublesome." Xiao Hua cried out in alarm. "What's wrong?" Zhen Hiu was startled and asked curiously. Xiao Hua said solemnly, "Yesterday, this disciple already said in my myriad Thunder Valley that every night, a challenge jade slip will be picked out. Before this disciple said this, there were only a few hundred challenge jade slips, seemingly less than 1,000. This morning, this disciple discovered that there are already 1,800 challenge jade slips. If the palace master is here to be the judge all the time, good gracious, that's a full 3 years. How should the affairs of 100 Refinements Palace be handled?" "Ah," Zhen Hiu laughed loudly. "Ignorant child. Really arrogant." Among the dozen or so disciples of Heavenly Thunder Palace in the late stage of foundation establishment, a fat old man with a white face and no beard coldly snorted with an ugly expression. No matter. Zhen Hiu acted as if he didn't hear the words of the foundation establishment disciple and looked at Xiao Hua. "This old man will stay in the life and death temple. You kill for a few days, this old man will stay for a few days. The affairs of 100 Refinements Palace are naturally taken care of by the Deputy Palace Master. However, Martial Nephew Xiao, you should be concerned about your Martial Uncle Qian. You have occupied the Life and Death Temple for 3 years. Do others still want to use it?" Unexpectedly, Qian Fengju also laughed and said, No matter. As long as Martial Nephew Xiao is not afraid of being exhausted to death, this old man will also guard the Thunder Field every day and not let others in." Thank you for your trouble, martial uncles. Xiaohua seemed to be even more thick-skinned and bowed solemnly. Okay. Qian Fengju nodded slightly and stopped smiling. He looked up at the life and death temple and said lightly, "This old man hasn't judged a life and death duel for a long time. Right now, I don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at the thunder field in front of the life and death temples of the other 7 great thunder palaces. Xiaohua, Qian Yuha, I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to prepare. This old man is going to open the life and death temple." Yes, disciple understands. At the same time that Xiaohua agreed, the fat old man also bowed and answered. Xiaohua. After Xiaohua accompanied Zhuo Minghui and the others to the side, Zhen Qing walked over and said apologetically, "Previously in Great Thunder Palace, this old man. Alas, this old man knows that you have been wronged, but this old man doesn't have the authority to discuss matters in Great Thunder Palace. I can't even say a single word for you, this old man." That day in Great Thunder Palace, Xiaohua was unbearably angry and left with a flick of his sleeves. He simply didn't think that Zhen Qing would still be in Great Thunder Palace. Now that he heard Zhen Qing's words, he actually came specifically to explain this matter. Incomparably moved, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Martial uncle, you are too polite. Great Thunder Palace is not a place to speak out for justice. You being able to have the heart to defend your disciple is better than anything else. The Imperial Thunder Sect with you is the Imperial Thunder Sect in this junior's heart. Alas, actually, you don't have to be like this." Zhen Qing sighed. "Your contributions are the focus of the entire sect, and no one can erase them. You only need to do nothing, and there will naturally be a day when the truth comes to light. You being so rash, I'm afraid that you will ruin things." Alas, martial Uncle Zhen, without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, the nearby Xiang Yang also sighed and said, "Your thoughts are the same as this junior's. Actually, this junior feels that there are many things that you don't have to fight to understand. Sometimes, being muddle-headed is also a kind of happiness." However, junior martial brother Xiao didn't listen. Currently, only martial aunt is in charge of our 10,000 Thunder Valley. Martial Uncle Zhen, eldest martial brother. Xiaohua smiled, a very brilliant smile, and said in a low voice, "If this was before the great battle of Dao and Sword, this junior might have had the same thoughts as you. Perhaps I would have swallowed this cowardice down. However, after the great battle, this junior has seen too many deaths, and also seen too many conspiracies. To say something heinous, this junior's actions during the great battle are enough to affect the outcome of the great battle. Since that's the case, why should this junior shrink back? Facing the sword cultivator's flying sword, facing the giant's long rod, facing the unknown hidden arrows, this junior isn't afraid, so who cares about the challenge of a few foundation establishment cultivators? What makes this junior the most uneasy is that countless low-level disciples died during the great battle of Dao and Sword. I don't know if the names of these low-level disciples will be remembered by our Imperial Thunder sect or the other sects, but they died for the ideals in their hearts, for the sect in their hearts, for the heavenly Dao that they cultivated. They don't regret it, but what about other people? Perhaps in other people's eyes, they are chess pieces, they are bait, they are sacrificed to lure the sword cultivators to their deaths. This junior feels that it's not worth it for them. This junior is also a low-level disciple like them. This junior feels that I should let others know that although we are low-level disciples, our contributions cannot be erased. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.